At Canterbury, and they're racing on the firm turf course, and Plain Talk comes out of the gate looking to soar away, sole alone on the lead. But Take Me Up Brady and Kelsey show some speed to the outside of that favored Plain Talk. 3 wide is Ship It Red, about a length from the front. Then on the inside, A Man of My Stature, last out of the gate, on the move, about 3 lengths from the lead. And to the inside of Skippy Strike, and the one in last is Already, just 7 lengths from front to back, and they have a quarter of a mile to go. And Plain Talk and Q at 3 to 5, prohibitively favored in a battle with Take Me Up Brady, making this favorite work, and Plain Talk has taken the lead. Here comes Skippy Strike, striking fast on the outside. Plain Talk, Skippy Strike, Ship It Red between them, favored in deep water. Plain Talk along with Ship It Red. Ship It Red at 2 to 1. Ship the pot to number 6. And they're racing. Magician's Holiday and Westo Waverly come out 1-2 inside of that Fire Extinguisher, firing through on the inside, and JJ's Wildcat behind them into the inside of Golden Gully. Then it's Johnny Up, about 5-6 lengths from the lead, which belongs to Fire Extinguisher. Outside of that, Westo Waverly, Magician's Holiday 3 wide, and they have 3 furlongs to go. That trio is 6 lengths clear from the next trio, led by Johnny Up. To the outside of JJ's Wildcat, and Golden Gully is now 9 lengths in arrears, and with less than a quarter of a mile to go. Fire Extinguisher at 2.5 to 1, trying to put away Westo Waverly. Magician's Holiday has disappeared to the back of the pack. Here comes Johnny Up, making a sweet move on the outside with a lot of work to do because the race is over. Fire Extinguisher with a burst at about the 8th pole wins beautifully. What a wonderful effort by Fire Extinguisher. They're racing. Big Solution off okay at 9 to 5. Swift beginning for Squared Straight. Squared Straight, that 3 flashing speed to the inside. You Wonder Why I Drank latches onto that one and does so at 50 to 1. And as they go around the corner, 3 and 4 Squabble. Right behind them, Champ's Success racing to the outside of Slightly Crafty. And that duo is about a length and a half clear from the next duo, AC Doocy. Fake Solution to the inside of Tour of the World. And the one loping along in last is Oxwood. Up the barn side on the beautiful Canterbury Park turf course, very moderate pace. Squared Straight shows the way, tugging clear by a half. Outside of that, Champ's Success joins the long shot. You Wonder Why I Drank now in the sandwich. And Tour of the World is making a sharp move and doing it 4 wide. Right behind them, we have Fake Solution. That one blows by Slightly Crafty, and Oxwood still is last. And up top, Squared Straight trying to keep that nose in front. Champ Success looking for the knockout roundhouse, and between them, You Wonder Why I Drink. Fake Solution badly blocked, being guided to the outside, and on the far outside from last, here comes Oxwood flying. Oxwood trying to run down Champ Success, and on the inside is Fake Solution, but the Champ had all the answers, and with an uppercut, breaks the maiden and wins race 3. And they're racing And on the inside, showing speed is Sarginelli. Now splitting them gamely is Someone Said So. And at 5-1, Someone Said So cuts through this summer squall, which is beginning to intensify and takes the lead by a length and a half. Right behind that one is Very Good. Then on the outside, long shot, Even Pandora. And in the thick of it, Hot as a Pistol. Then we come back to Full of Grace in the new color. 7 lengths from the lead and to the inside of Sarginelli. And into the far turn they travel. And now we have 2 abreast battling it out. Someone Said So to the outside of Very Good. Eckleberry shoving hard on Hot as a Pistol. Full of Grace at 6-5. Still kind of spinning the wheels. Just off the heels of Hot as a Pistol. 7 out of it. Overtaken by Even Pandora. And then it's Sarginelli tailing off to last. And as they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch, up goes Someone Said So, taking the lead from Very Good. Hot as a Pistol re-engaging to the outside. And not today for Full of Grace. A beaten favorite back and forth. And the pick 6 with a fat carryover begins with an upset, or a kind of an upset. It is Someone Said So at 3-1 prevailing. It is 4 and a photo in race 4. And they're racing. Classic Whiskey at 40-1 pops coyly, and so does Surely a Legend to the outside, and splitting them Miss Har and Briar Thicket at 41-1. But it is Surely a Legend and Ruben Fuentes going rather quickly and grabbing the lead around the first turn on this firm turf course. After that, it's about 5 to Bail Dawn, tracking now 4 lengths from it as Surely a Legend gets loose on the lead. Then it's Goldie's Delight beginning to advance to the outside of Classic Whiskey, and behind them is Quality Chrome, about 4 or 5 lengths out of it. The one in last is Danielle's Deal, and about 9-10 lengths from the lead. Up the barn side they travel, and the complexion changes with a half mile to go. It's Bail Dawn taking the lead. Surely a Legend had the lead by herself, and now by herself, and now she re-engages to the outside of Bail Dawn. Then it's Briar Thicket shoved on 3 lengths out of it to the inside of Goldie's Delight. 3.5 lengths after that to Quality Chrome. Then it's Classic Whiskey, and still nothing from Danielle's Deal. It is Bail Dawn hoping not to bail out, and Bail Dawn bet down to even money, puts an effortless 3 on Surely a Legend. Then it's Briar Thicket still plugging away to the inside of Goldie's Delight, and they come down to the final 150. Bail Dawn from Surely a Legend, Quality Chrome, and outside of that, Goldie's Delight. Bail Dawn has dominated race number 5. Bail Dawn wins, Quality Chrome second, and Goldie's Delight ran third. And they're racing. The veteran Giant Gamble pops sweetly from the far outside, but is not as fast early as Rocked His Way. And now a host of horses join the lead, and they separate themselves with Hurt So Good splitting them. Giant Gamble 3 wide. After that, Hot Foot, the 7-year-old, has been joined by P Club. That 9-year-old's on the move. About 2.5 lengths clear from Superior's Boy. Then we come back to Hawkwood, 5.5, 6 clear from Sierra Hotel. At the top of the stretch, rocked his way, shakes clear by a length and a half. Giant's Gamble is very wide, and inside of him, fellow 9-year-old P-Club. Then between runners is Hurt So Good on the outside with a late charge, Superior's Boy. Here comes P-Club. P-Club's trying to run down Rocked His Way. Rocket rocked his way 9-1, grinding away with a very, very impressive performance. 5.37 in race 6. Rocked his way. And they're racing. Fast beginning for Shay's Glory from the 2 spot, and between them, Lucky Mac is firing with that early speed. Next to that one is Pretty Tequila, the favorite, prominent, and now overtaking them, That's All Right at a big number 4 abreast with 5 to go. Going running 2, tracks right behind them with Ms. Burnsy passing that one, and then it's Adriana Joy. All of those runners separated by 6 with 4 to go, and 2.5 lengths behind that to Ort's Dream. Then it's Reese C, about 12 lengths from the lead. That's All Right carries them into the far turn. That's All Right from Ms. Burnsy, circumnavigating into action. Pretty Tequila goes on the move. Shay's Glory goes the wrong way. Going running 2 at 10-1, still in with a shot, closing in 5 out of it. After that, it is Adriana Joy, joined by Lucky Mac, and they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch, and they are chasing That's All Right. Pretty Tequila on level terms. Here's Going running 2, making a move to the outside of Pretty Tequila, and then from the back of the pack is Ort's Dream. Pretty Tequila 3-5, grinding out a victory for the people and the people's choice, with Pretty Tequila prevailing by 4 from Going running 2 in a frenzied photo for the show. And they're racing, and they've broken a perfect line. Now Henry O'Henry revs up in search of that early lead. I'm a Special Star takes the lead narrowly, but 4 and 5 squabble with a half mile to travel. Right behind them is Boss Hugo tracking coyly, 3.5 lengths from the lead. Then it's 2 more back to Front Office. That one's about to be joined by Poverty Flats, and they are about 7 lengths from the lead. And I'm a Special Star at 2.5-1. Like a Star grabs the lead by 3 and runs away. The one in last is Price to Pay. Less than a quarter of a mile to travel, and it's I'm a Special Star leading it by 2.5, maybe 3. Outside of that is Boss Hugo, the even money favorite, trying to get by I'm a Special Star and Kelsey. Outside of that, Front Office into the final football field. I'm a Special Star has too much for Boss Hugo. 5-7-1 or a photo in race 8, but up top, I'm a Special Star. I'm a Special Star is nearly 40. 10-cent superfecta, 27 and change. 7-5 double, $7.50. And they're racing. Another swift start. Excellent work by our gate crew all night. And Super Constitution, with that 2-turn experience, pops out nicely, but has been seeded in terms of the lead by Hypnotic Rhythm. It's Hypnotic Rhythm and Super Constitution. The bookenders go quickly. They are sizzling around that turn. 5 lengths clear from Mr. K. Then it's Khaki Jack to the inside of Quantum Leap. The gray advancing is Flash of Promise. And the one in last last is Soul Coaxing. They head up the Canterbury Park backstretch, and 1 and 7 travel in perfect harmony. Now with Hypnotic Rhythm taking the lead by a neck, and said duo is 5 clear from an emerging Flash of Promise. The gray has gone from second last up to third with 4 furlongs to go, and outside of that one is Quantum Leap. Then we come back a length and a half to Mr. K. To the inside of Khaki Jack. Soul Coaxing now passes that one, and Khaki Jack is in last. They are midway through the turn and approaching the top of the stretch. Super Constitution and Hypnotic Rhythm went quickly early, and Super Constitution, the 8-5 favorite, trying to put away this pesky 24-1 shot. Behind them, Flash of Promise, and on the outside is Quantum Leap as they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Super Constitution, a length and a half. Right behind that one is Quantum Leap. Super Constitution holding Quantum Leap at bay, and Super Constitution prevails. Super Constitution. Couple of victories tonight for Alonzo Quinones. The winning owners, Jermar Stable. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the playing of the Star-Spangled Banner. Happy Sunday, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the races. We have a 9-race program for you today. The Datsun's Dash following races 2, 4, and 6. Program alterations. Canterbury Park has a fast main track and a good turf course today, and the program alterations begin in race 1. Scratch number 9, Kimberly Francis. Race 1, scratch number 9. In the 4th race, number 5, Old Indian Trick, races with blinkers. Blinkers are on number 5 in race 4. The fifth race, beginning our pick 5, scratch numbers 3, Point of Impact, and 12, Yak. Race 5, scratch numbers 3 and 12. In race number 6, scratch numbers 2, She Glitters, and 8, Me Say So. Race 6, scratch numbers 2 and 8. Now in the 7th race, scratch number 2, Fun and Funny. Race 7, scratch number 2, Fun and Funny. Watch this. Race number 8, scratch number 3, Days of Glory. Race 8, scratch number 3. Number 2, Roman Pharaoh, should be listed as a gelding. Roman Pharaoh is a gelding, mouse checked. Race 9 is clean. We have a free handicapping show called Today at the Races. It's next to the paddock. And today features Star Tribune handicapper Jay Litza. Welcome to Canterbury Park. Hey, what's going on? Welcome to Canterbury Park. Whether you are on track or online, we thank you for watching and wagering on our product. It's a beautiful Sunday. We begin shortly after 1 o'clock. I'm the announcer, Paul Allen, joined by Star Tribune handicapper Jay Litza, somebody we have known in the press box for well over a decade for me and up to a quarter century for some. Jay likes wagering on racing at Canterbury. When Johnny Love, a very popular figure with the Star Tribune, decided to step down from doing the picks in the Star Tribune, Jay Litza took over, and he's doing an awesome job this year, giving out pick 5 winners. And what I'm doing right now is I'm dressing him up really nicely. We have a little side bet on most winners today, so I'm just trying to jinx the bleep out of him on a Sunday. We've got a nice big crowd here at Canterbury. Going to be a lot of reliance on those Star Tribune picks today. Welcome to the show, buddy. Don't leave me hanging, and it's a beautiful day today.
Gorgeous day. Family day out at the park. Beautiful weather. Last Sunday of the year. I am actually very contentious races. I don't know what you thought, but I thought there's going to be some prices today.
Yeah, I got there are 4 that I'm making win bets on today, and that's what we do here. We give you our top 3 selections, and if we're making a win bet, and Jay likes to bet to win, we will share with you what we are betting, where we are betting, and where some of the larger wagers will fall. How did you get into horse race handicapping and subsequently leading to a person? And if I'm wrong here, I apologize, but you mostly make win bets, and Jay follows it frequently. It's kind of a second job for people like him when they do it year round. Brian Aragoni also. And so therefore, like looking at the 9 today, instead of betting $10 on each race like most people will do today, you would prefer to find 1 or 2 and just smash it. How'd you get into all that?
Yeah, absolutely. See, a lot of trial and error. You just learn over the years. I've always told people, keep track of your bets. Find out what you're good at. Are you good at win wagers? Are you good at pick fives? Are you good at turf? Are you good at dirt? Just over the years, I kept track and found what I was good at, and that's where I focused. To your point, I am terrible at miles on the dirt. So if you see a mile on the dirt, you might want to look the other way.
Oh, we got 9 today.
But turf, I excel at. I've been doing very well this year. I've got a positive ROI on every turf race out, sprint, route, whatever. And, just kind of, again, trial and error, learn through your mistakes, and education isn't free. Trust me, I've lost a lot over the years too, but I'm at a good place now where I can, I'm confident in what I do.
Fairly stated. Now, the Twitter handle for those on Twitter, if you'd like to follow him, he pushes his picks out and everything. It is at
Jay's Plays Strib. So
Jay's Plays Strib. Jays.
With an S, not a Z, though.
Yep. Jays Plays Strib. And you like wagering on the turf. That's where we begin with race number 1. Scratch number 9, Kimberly Francis. This begins a 50-cent pick 4. For those new to the racetrack, when you see pick 4, 3, 4, 5, or 6, that means you need to hit 3, 4, 5, or 6 consecutive races, okay? So you can use as many in each of those races or as few. And this one starts at 50 cents. I already put my pick 4 in. I think it's $90. But the beauty of it is I cut it with somebody upstairs, so I got 50%. He has 50%. And here I know I begin with 2, 4, 5, 8 in my pick 4. 2, 4, 5, 8. I select number 8 to win. Who do you like and why?
I have the 5 on top. The horse has been knocking on the door the last few races on the turf, very close. 2 races back, the horse broke very slowly, made a very nice move, and just lost by a neck. Last time, didn't really have an excuse, but I'll give this one another shot today. Gets on a firm turf. Rengsdorf has been doing well, so I landed on the 5. But I do have the 8 second. Your horse 8 second.
Your top 3?
586.
586 for the Litz. I have the other Rengsdorf on top. The Give It Some Welly is absolutely the horse to beat. Will go off favored in this race, I believe. Deputy Dora took a lot of early action, though, but not much money in the pool with that one. That's the way to do it, is the selection with the fact that there is good early speed, and you're going to need that from the outside so you don't get hung out wide. Now, this one's one of 11 on the turf, but you don't have a lot of world beaters in here. Alonso Quinones is having a very good week. And we have we just have a field here that I think that's the way to do it, is really going to appreciate. Plus, we're going to be about 5-1 or higher, so I am betting the 8 to win. I selected 8-5-4 in race number 1. The second race, it's a mile on the main track. What were you saying about you can't handle mile on the main track?
Right.
Why?
Buyer beware.
Why?
My numbers speak for themselves. I'm
Really?
like 33 cents on the dollar.
Really?
I mean, it's buyer beware. I put
Great.
it out there. But so with that in mind,
Yeah.
I went with the 3, Majestic Stride.
That's great.
Is that who you have?
That's who I have.
Okay. Well, yeah, I told you. Don't say I didn't warn you.
But we've ridden together on win bets
Absolutely.
for many years and won together.
Yep.
Let's do it again right here.
I'm with you. What it came down to here is more betting on potential. This 3 only raced once as a 2-year-old. It's a full sister to Majestic Pride that's won $423,000, so has good genes. Something went amiss, obviously, last year in its 2-year-old start because it took a long time off. It's basically taken a year off, coming back, dropping to the lowest level. So you really don't know what you have here, but I just wasn't, it was kind of process of elimination. And, with Mac, with Goodwin, if this horse gets out, he may be the one to beat.
Yeah, at top 3?
Sorry, 312.
312 for Star Tribune guy, the Litz. Now, there are two in this race that are dropping in class in the maiden claiming ranks. When I say dropping in class, you can be dropping down to a $7,500 tag, and it looks like a drop. But if you've done it before and lost, I don't consider it a true drop. One would be Majestic Stride. The other is Fireman's Little Sis. I think it's just those two in this race. The Matson, Van Winkle, Quinones, or Lindsay vibe has done very, very well this year. But Majestic Stride, with that workout pattern up to this race, Mac Robertson and trainer Robertino Diodoro, they each have 50 victories in 2 today, so they're tied atop the training standings, and it definitely means something to both of them to win it. I think Mac's loaded for bear the rest of the season, and he'll get this one here with Majestic Stride. So I'm going to go 3-1-5. This will not be a win bet for me unless I can get 5-1 or higher, and that ain't going to happen. Let's go to now after the second race. That's when you want to get down by the winner's circle and down by the fence along the grandstand apron. First pair of wiener dog races after race number 2. The third race, no scratches, no rider changes here. And with this one, we are at 1 mile on the turf. 1 mile on the turf. And the morning line favorite is number 4, Camps Bay. I took that one second. What did you do?
I do not have that one in my top 3. I actually landed on the 8. I'm an 8.
Same.
I'm an 8, so why not? 6-1. This horse has been racing against some of the best horses, claimers at Canterbury this year. Shinny 3 times. Creative Plan has won, 2-3 in a row.
Yeah.
Stitzy's won a couple in a row. So this horse has had very good company. Has tactical speed, gets Quinones up. There's just a lot to like about this horse at 6-1. So, again, looking for a price here on the turf.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Top 3 here, 8-2-3 for you.
8-2-3.
8-2-3 for JL. For me, I'm betting to win on I'm an 8, and I'm only using 2 or 3 in this race in the pick 4. I think maybe 2. Trainer Carlos Moreno won earlier this week. It's a cyclical game. I'm not saying that like everybody in the bar and all these horses know it's time to get hot because another one won. But with Moreno, when I've just seen it before, when he gets a win, he usually gets a couple. And he only has 1 win this year, but 2 on the season. And when they run well, they generally run well. So with I'm an 8, I like the races that he comes out of, just like Jay said. I'm hoping to get really 3-1 or higher on this one. I'm going to make a win bet. Second, I took number 4, Camps Bay. Why don't you like that horse a lick? And that's good you don't. It's going to be favored. And anytime you can throw those favorites out of your pick 4, that's when the prices skyrocket. Why aren't you on that one?
To me, it just seems to be more a turf or a dirt horse. Has most of its wins on the dirt lately. You never can discount Diodoro and Wade, though. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me in the least if this horse wins. But again, we're looking for value. This horse will probably be overbet, being by Diodoro and Wade. And again, looking for value. And turf racing, especially now with the rail out, you can get in a lot of trouble too. And if horse coming from last as a favorite, I don't want to take a horse coming from dead last.
How when you put together a 9-race card for the Star Tribune with comments and everything, how long does that take?
2 hours about.
What do you put into it?
What do you
what do you do?
I do the handicapping first. Handicapping first, mark down a few notes, my kind of talking points that I want to talk about, and then I sit down and actually write it.
Do you, specifically with turf races, maybe all of them, when you see or remember there's a horse that had trouble, do you go back and watch it?
Absolutely. I use replays quite a bit. I use a tool called DRF Formulator, and that allows you to look at the races right away. I do that a lot, especially in turf races, because the trips are a lot of the part. I don't really look at time on turf racing. I more look at trips and just how a horse is handling that turf.
Race number 4, this one's on the main track, begins the pick 6, no scratches. I'm on number 6, Got Even Smarter. Got Even Smarter, owned and trained by Jose Silva Jr. This is a 24% trainer at Canterbury. He always is a high percentage trainer here and doesn't start as many trainers at the track. This one also has a victory at the distance, 7 for 9 in the top 2 at this tricky distance of 6.5 furlongs. So it's not a single in my pick 4 by any stretch, but I pick it 6-1-5, 6-1-5. Mr. Litz?
Yeah, I went 1-5-6. I think this race is wide open. So any horizontal races, I would go deep in this race. I'm not by any means confident on this 5 horse. Again, talking about Diodoro and Wade in the last race, this horse is dropping for Diodoro and Wade. And I often like horses that showed are coming from 5 furlong on the turf and moving to the dirt when that's really what they prefer. Sometimes their form gets a little muddled, and I'm hoping that's the case here, that we get a little price. But again, I think this race is wide open.
Well, speaking of wide open, I think race 5 is wide open of the wide open today. Super excited for it to begin the pick 5. Scratch numbers 3, Point of Impact, and 12, Yak. We're on the turf course. That rail is the rail's all the way in. So therefore, with the rail all the way in, you have that true 7.5 or 7 furlong turf course. And with those scratches, they didn't really impact my selections. I really struggled with this. Madej likes number 7, Robinson. I'm on number 6, Trade Deadline. Who do you like?
I like the 2. That tells you how wide open it is. Again, another 8 to 1 shot. This horse, when he was racing on the turf, his last 2 were on the dirt, but when he was on the turf, he was racing against some better horses. So he's cutting half in price. And again, I like tactical speed on the turf. Horses that can either go for the lead if they need to or sit right behind. And this horse kind of meets that bill, gets the 2-hole. Again, a good price, so I don't think you can go wrong taking prices today.
Top 3 here, boy?
259.
Hey, speaking of the 9, JP's Pride. Now I'm on Trade Deadline, and I'll explain why in a minute. And I am betting this horse to win today. It might be one of my bigger win bets. But JP's Pride, with Dr. Dan, who executes the Dr. Dan late double, I was chatting with him about JP's Pride before I came down. And at this class level, $10,000 class level, JP's Pride is going to be a handful in this race. He's absolutely on my pick 5 ticket. Jay took the horse 3rd. Why not on top, JP's Pride?
The layoff, he's had 3 races this year. 2 of them were really good, but they weren't on the turf, and they seem to wake up. Now, is he improving in form? Because he did have a year layoff before that, so that always worries me a little bit. This horse is definitely in the mix, though. All 6 of his starts at Canterbury, he's been in the money, so it wouldn't surprise me in the least. His form cycle seems to be moving forward, so it wouldn't surprise me in the least. I just went with just a little better price.
Number 6, Trade Deadline for me with that good early speed or tactical speed. Quincy Hamilton is really good with horses like this on the turf. So Trade Deadline comes here for the first time on the turf, wins easily, does it in a time that I didn't prefer. Came back the next time, had an awful start, really popped between the 3/8 and the 8th pole, and I just think the trouble was too much to overcome. Also went very wide. Then against $16,000 claimers last time, 136 for a mile on the turf here. It's not a bad time. And that 22 and 2, 45 and change, which he made, that's fast. So I think slowing down a little bit here, and the fact that he stopped the way he did, it doesn't concern me with trainer Mac Robertson, who puts horses at the level they belong as well as anybody. Plus, I think we're going to be 5-1 with Mac. So I am betting Trade Deadline to win. I selected 615 in race 5. Race number 6 and scratch numbers 2, She Glitters, and 8, Me Say So. It's 654 for me in here, 654 for me. Who do you like?
I got 647. This is actually my Star Tribune lock of the day.
Yeah.
I don't think you're going to get a price here. I'd be very surprised if this horse is above like 3-2. But 6 Hattie Up has got speed, tons of speed. Drops in half for Burnt after claiming him 2 races ago, and Burnt is 31%. When he drops his horses by 50% in claiming price. So, you get Eichelberry, you get speed. I think speed is more deadly the lower you go in class, and so I just think this is the horse to catch today.
Top 3?
647.
For me, once again, it's 654, and I'm with Jay on that speed angle. Now, a lot of Soul, the filly, the mare right next to her, she's blessed with early speed, and she puts the blinkers on. And Ruben Fuentes is a good gate jock, so that's key. That's why I bring it up, because if these two mash on each other during the course of the race, neither one of them will win, and somebody from the back of the pack, potentially at a big price, could come get all the money. And for me, number 5, In the Misty Moonlight, this is a wild card for me in this race, because Lindy Wade he's our leading rider. He's so patient and so good at analyzing what's happening in front of him that even though this horse has not finished in the top 3 at Canterbury, and if you just look at the PPs, you ain't going to use this horse. But I took it 2nd along with Exarban Summer 3rd, because those could be one of the horses right behind that leading brigade to kind of fall into something. Hattie Up is my top selection. The 7th race with Jay Litza, the handicapper for the Star Tribune. By the way, we do race tomorrow, 1 o'clock. These Datsuns that you see race today, some of them will qualify for the championship tomorrow. So tomorrow we have, bye Johnny, we have Best in Show, which means we will have a championship Corgi race, Basset Hound race, Datsun race, and then the Best in Show. I think maybe 2 from each of them will race against each other. So some Corgis against some Bassets against some Wiener Dogs. That's going to be really cool tomorrow. So if you're coming back tomorrow, make sure to get your tickets online, CanterburyPark.com. Save a little money. 7th race, Contentious, scratch number 2, Fun and Funny. Contentious heat here, going a mile and 70 yards on the turf. That mile 70, that's a tricky distance. If you have early speed, 7.46 for me. Who you on?
I had 347, and the 2 scratched here, which I didn't like the horse, but it did set up the pace for my 3 horse. So that worries me a little bit because I thought there were like 3 or 4 strong speed horses in this race that would speed it up for the 3. But the 3 has been lost his last 2 to Thick Haze, and Thick Haze came back to win again. So Thick Haze has won 3 in a row. Yeah. This horse has been close to him both times. This horse gets a little extra distance, some speed in front of him. I think this is the horse to beat today, 3.
I'm on number 7 and Will to Be Lucky, and I'm taking a stab here because I think it's a wide open race. I am going to make a little win bet on this, and it just simply comes down to this. Wide open race, has a right to improve off the last start, has a victory on the turf, but Kevin Eckelberry, the trainer, in 3 races here used Ruben Fuentes, and Alonso Quinones, and with no disrespect to them, he puts his son, Rye Eckelberry, on the horse today. Dad to son, I want you to make the money. I think Will to Be Lucky's doing quite well. 7-4-6 for me in race number 7. To the 8th race, beginning the aforementioned Dr. Dan's Late Double. Scratch number 3, Days of Glory. Race 8, scratch number 3, Days of Glory. We have 3 in here looking to extend winning streaks. Roman Pharaoh looking to win 2 in a row. Northern Playboy looking to win 2 in a row. A Rose for Raven looking to stretch a winning streak to 3. Brad's Time, I think, will be favored, and Brad's Time is trying 2 turns for the first time. So this one is short on numbers, but I think it's long on intrigue.
Yeah, this is a very good race, very, very good field. I mean, I'm really excited to see this Brad's Time. I think he might be the real deal. He got 2 wins in sprints and a second, and he won by 7 lengths and 4 lengths, but the horse is actually bred to run forever, so 2 turns could be right up his alley. Diodoro is in the capable hands of Diodoro. I think this could be a really nice horse and could have bigger plans in his future.
Are you making a win bet?
Absolutely. Well, again, it's a mile on the dirt, so I'll think about it, but yeah. I would be happy to see this horse win and then go and do better things.
5-7-1 for Jay up top, 5-7-1. Well, I picked Brad's Time second, and I'm trying to beat a favorite here. Beating Diodoro and Wade is not easy. The way Northern Playboy won last time, when I watched that race back from the top of the stretch down to the wire, they were never beating that horse in the race. And then the final time came up pretty good, too, 35 and change. So I think Bravo and Eckelberry have this one just going great guns right now. Hopefully good enough to keep up with Brad's Time. A $120,000 purchase back in 2020. Already has made 46 of it back. Looks to win 2 in a row. Holy cow. Northern Playboy, though, tested around 2 turns. That doesn't concern you?
Well, I think that last one might have been slop-aided.
It was.
I think this horse really moves up in the slop, and again, I think that was a much softer field that time. So I had him on top that day. He won easy. Again, Bravo is a very good trainer. He could have him ready to go here, but I think that is a little enhanced by the slap last race. So.
Well, with our little side bet play where we will make side wagers just to keep it more interesting, we have 6 differences today. If we happen to be tied into this race, you have the 3 Karolinka. I have the 4 For the Love of Lydia. We finish on the turf at 5H. This could be a lot of fun.
Yeah, something has to give here because this will probably be my biggest bet of the day too because this is my value play of the day in the Star Tribune. There's a love. Yeah, I know, but that's how you get prices. Karolinko's third off a layoff, gets a jockey change, Eichelberry on. is bred absolutely to love the turf, and he got rained off the first time, and just didn't show anything, and that was off the layoff. Came back, had some trouble last time. He was 5 wide into the upper stretch, third off the layoff. Eichelberry. There's a lot to like about this horse, and if I get anywhere close to 5-1, I'm going to be printing tickets until they run out of paper.
Okay, well, help me with this. I got number 4 for the Love of Lydia.
Yep.
How do they catch my filly? I mean, how's she not up by 3 with Lindy just controlling
I
it?
think 7's got a lot of speed.
Come on.
7's got a lot of speed, BA. That horse broke slow last time, rushed up into 21 and 4, and was there at the top. I'm not saying that horse will win, but if that horse goes out for the Love of Lydia, the Love of Lydia, that's hard to say quickly. For the Love of Lydia has not shown a lot of guts in the stretch, backed up every race in the stretch. So if she gets loose, yes, she's probably going to have to be caught and may not be caught. But if the 6 goes out with them, I think it sets up for the 3.
Nice job, bud.
Thank you.
Can I get a round of applause for Jay, please? Doing a great job this year, handicapping for the Star Tribune. Very dedicated to racing at Canterbury, and we appreciate his contribution. Once again, we race tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Jeff Madej and I will be here handicapping the races. Enjoy the dog races today. We do have a large crowd, so there will be lines to bet, lines for food. Be patient with your fellow patron, please. And when wagering, wager on races as early as possible if you have the opportunity, or go to the information booth and learn more about betcanterbury.com. You can wager right from your phones and never have to worry about those lines. betcanterbury.com. For the Litz, I'm the announcer. Good luck.
Welcome to a beautiful, bustling Sunday out here at Canterbury Park. Thank all the families and non-families for joining us. It's a beautiful day for 9 races. We have good turf at the moment and a fast main track, but we'll start on that good turf course. Scratch the main track only, Kimberly Francis, and we have a field of 8 to start things out. Your 2-to-1 favorite at the moment is Deputy Dora, in a first that offers pick 4s, pick 3s, doubles, exactus tries, and 10-cent supers. Again, we have 9 races going on today, and we also have the Wiener Dogs. They will be racing in 2 heats apiece after races 2, 4, and 6 today. Our first gray of the day is running in race number 1. That's Give It Some Welly, number 5. If Give It Some Welly comes up victorious, you got 2-for-1s for the rest of the day, provided by our friends at Grey Duck Vodka. All 2-for-1 vodka cocktails must have the Grey Duck in them, and Give It Some Welly must win. We have 4 minutes now until race number 1. We do have that early pick 4 starting in this race. I made a little ticket. See if you want to follow along with it. And remember, our lines are going to be long today. Get in your line early or try Bet Canterbury on your phone. If you have an MVP card or if you'd like to sign up for one, it's the way you can bet right from your seat. Head to one of the info booths either on clubhouse level or track level for more information. The early pick 4 starts right here, and it starts again on a good turf course with a very interesting first race. Kind of fortuitous, I guess, for pick 4 players that one of the most difficult races of the card is right in the middle of those 2 pick 4s. But I'd say this ranks either second or third as the most difficult ones to handicap. And I did try to beat who I thought would be the favorite and who might end up being the favorite at the end of things in Give It Some Welly. She keeps on getting good trips. She's a little bit hard to handle, but she's one that I was more interested in underneath. So I opted to use a few horses to her outside. And I went with 6, 7, and 8 in here. Deputy Dora gives herself a lot to do, and she is your current favorite. I'm kind of surprised at that, and I wouldn't be surprised to see more money come to the 5 by the time things are all said and done. And I did use the outside, too, because they have more speed. There wasn't a ton in here. And Western Berlin ran very impressively in her first 2 efforts off a big, huge layoff. She had not run all of 2020, came back and almost pulled things off in both her August 4th and August 15th heats. She's had a little bit of more rest since then. She does have a lot of pieces to go with those 3 wins, so I opted for the outside horse on top. But I thought that all 3 of these, with their different styles, could perhaps either get the jump or run down, Give It Some Welly, and beat her. But I did think that she would be more heavily bet than she's being currently at the moment. Fireman's Little Sis is my single in the sequence. She'll be tough. I mean, she's coming from the drop on maiden special weights down to 7,500s. Not many of these are making the same drop. Majestic Stride is, but Majestic Stride also hasn't run in almost a year. Fireman's Little Sis did run second 2 back. It was a good, useful 2-turn first experience for her. Not sure what happened last time. It was a very difficult track to pass on, so maybe excuse her for that one and see if Fireman's Little Sis on the drop with that conditioning to her now gets the job done in start number 6. Moving on to race number 3, I'm an 8 on top. I did also use one of the inside runners. And I like I'm an 8 on the front end. I think that some horses are going to maybe be able to pull things off on the front end on our turf course today, given that it is good. I'm an 8 is very hard to control, but he should get along with Alonso Quinones very well. He seems to be a little headstrong, likes to have things his own way. And I'm a Harley, too, also has a touch of pace to him. I thought these 2 could get the jump on the rest and maybe take things from start to finish. Whichever one you like more, I suppose you could single in this one, because I think the Fireman's Little Sis is also going to be a heavy favorite in there. Now on to race number 4. Kierkegaard is one of a couple that I use in here, and Kierkegaard is an interesting one. He's changed hands a couple of times at this meet, and Kierkegaard comes off a 2-race win streak for Matt Williams. He's going to stay at a similar level. He's going to go 6.5 again. And last time, yeah, it was a 3-horse race, but it was still a solid finish by him. And Pierce is very good. Michael Pierce is one that we haven't heard much from in this meet, and I thought we would have more starts out of him. But he's 2 for 4 when he claims horses off a win. Another one ran 3rd, another one ran 4th. And with Fuentes over the last 5 years, he's 3 for 7 with a couple of 3rd-place finishes. A lot of good factors at play for the very speedy Kierkegaard, and I would not be surprised at all to see him win 3 in a row at a pretty square price. That adds up to a $6 ticket. Add and subtract whoever you'd like, but you don't have much time to do so, as the fillies and mares are going to be on the turf very shortly. Remember, lines are going to be long with the wonderful crowd that we have today, so make your wagers early, and good luck.
The horses are arriving at the starting gate, and it is now post time for the first of 9 Family Day at Canterbury Park. Happy Labor Day weekend. Everybody joining us on track or online nationwide. Thank you for the patronage. Some competitive turf races today, beginning here. Deputy Dora is the 9-5 favorite. Our leading rider is Lindy Wade. We have a tie atop the training standings with Robertino Diodoro and Mac Robertson, each with 50 victories. Best of luck. It's a beautiful Sunday in Shakopee. And they're racing, and they broke in a perfect line. The Brit Unchaining Melody at 5-1 came out nicely, and so did Western Berlin. So you have the Brit on the inside, Berlin on the outside, joined by That's the Way to Do It. And that one's on the 3-wide side. Pace is very, very pedestrian. The 3 attempting to grab the lead, now 2 going very slowly around the turn. Into Win and Eccleberry, 5 lengths from it, as 7-1 pick up the tempo a bit. After that, Tequila Mary, 7 lengths out of it, to the inside of Give It Some Welly, who's advancing. Then we come back to Everybody Does It, about to be put in last by Deputy Dora. 9 lengths covers them, and they have 4 furlongs to go on a sun-splashed Sunday in Shakopee, Minnesota. And 1 and 7 continue to slug it out with haymakers. Unchaining Melody to the inside of Western Berlin. That's the Way to Do It, getting a wonderful trip with Q if good enough. Likewise for Give It Some Welly, blocked by those leading 3. Give It Some Welly, full of run. Fuentes has not asked that 5 to run, looking for a place to go. Then it's Tequila Mary, and that one's to the inside of Deputy Dora. And those 5 are blanketed by 3 as they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Give It Some Welly, give it some gas. And you give It Some Welly some gas by putting the pedal to the metal, and look at that. Spurts clear by 3. Gets erratic in the stretch, but that's okay because the race is over. And at 2.5-1, Give It Some Welly prevails comfortably. 5, 6, 7, race 1. Number 5, Give It Some Welly, is our first winner. 5, 6, 7, 1 in the first race Sunday at Canterbury Park. We thank our sponsors for the 2021 season. They include Appalado's Atomic Data, College City Beverage, Continental Diamond, Grey Duck Vodka, Gallagher Benefit Services, iHeartRadio, Jim Beam, Quick Trip, Loeffler, the Minnesota Lottery, Pepsi, the Star Tribune, and Mr. Wayne Anderson, head of the Minnesota chapter of the Pittsburgh Steelers fan club, is here today. Mr. Anderson, along with Jerome Bettis, welcome to Canterbury Park. First race official, 12:30 for the exacta, 10-cent superfecta, top 4 finishers in a given race. That paid $11 for a dime. And the trifecta, the Litz all odds, $21.75. Race number 2 was courtesy of Atomic Data, the preferred IT solutions provider of Canterbury Park. Maidens go a mile about 20 minutes from now, and we have no scratches in race 2. A reminder, ladies and gentlemen, large crowd at Canterbury today. Be patient with your fellow patron with the lines, and if possible, make your wagers on all Canterbury Park races as early as possible to avoid the hassles of long lines. Or go to the information booth on level 1 and sign up for betcanterbury.com, and you can bet right from your phones. It is betcanterbury.com. And the first into the Mystic Lake Winners Enclosure, Give It Some Welly and Ruben Fuentes. 3 victories this week for jockey Ruben Fuentes, second in the room. Give It Some Welly is owned by Wasabi Venture Stable and the winning trainer, Tony Rengstorff. Our first winner, Give It Some Welly. And they're racing, and they broke in a perfect line. The Brit Unchaining Melody at 5-1 came out nicely, and so did Western Berlin. So you have the Brit on the inside, Berlin on the outside, joined by That's the Way to Do It. And that one's on the 3 wide side. Pace is very, very pedestrian. The 3 attempting to grab the lead, now 2 going very slowly around the turn. Into Win and Echoberry, 5 lengths from it, is 7-1. Pick up the tempo a bit. After that, Tequila Mary, 7 lengths out of it to the inside of Give It Some Welly, who's advancing. Then we come back to Everybody Does It, about to be put in last by Deputy Dora. 9 lengths covers them, and they have 4 furlongs to go on a sun-splashed Sunday in Shakopee, Minnesota. And 1 and 7 continue to slug it out with haymakers. Unchaining Melody to the inside of Western Berlin. That's the Way to Do It, getting a wonderful trip with Q 2 if good enough. Likewise for Give It Some Welly, blocked by those leading 3. Give It Some Welly, full of run. Fuentes has not asked that 5 to run, looking for a place to go. Then it's Tequila Mary, and that one's to the inside of Deputy Dora. And those 5 are blanketed by 3 as they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Give It Some Welly, give it some gas. And you give It Some Welly some gas by putting the pedal to the metal, and look at that. Spurts clear by 3. Gets erratic in the stretch, but that's okay because the race is over. And at 2.5 to 1, Give It Some Welly prevails comfortably. 5, 6, 7, race 1.
Well, welcome back to the Paddock for race number 2 here at Canterbury Park on a beautiful, beautiful Sunday afternoon. Yeah, we've got a big crowd today, so make sure you get to those mutual windows early. You've got the Track Phantom selections in your program that you receive when you come in the gate. One of our top handicappers here at Canterbury, and of course, Paul and Jay in the pre-race show gave you a lot of winners. I'll do my best as well. I've got the 3 here on top, Majestic Stride, but let's look at the entire field. We'll start with the 1, Fireman's Little Sis, likely to be the favorite. 2-1 choice on the morning line is 9-5 right now. Quinonez rides for David Van Winkle. The owner, Pete Matson, this has been the summer of Matson. Everything he sends out there seems to be live. He's one of our top owners, top breeders in the state, and Fireman's Little Sis seems to be attracting all the money here right now. Last time out at a mile, that's today's distance, got beat by 27.5 lengths. That was against maiden special weight horses. Takes the big class plunge now into the $7,500 maiden claiming race. Fireman's Little Sis. Lil is a good description of this horse. Not very big in size, but has some speed, at least to get into place early, and then comes charging late. Again, that's your favorite right now at 9-5. Number 2 is Charming Fury. Brunel Roan, the trainer. Dino Butler, a Hall of Famer, aboard. This is another one that tried this distance at this class level. Last time finished third, before that second. In with a big shot here right now and is 9-2 on the board. A bit of an overlay in my opinion. The question mark horse is the 3, Majestic Stride. Mac Robertson, the Hall of Fame trainer, conditions. Nikki Goodwin aboard here. Unseen since last year, September 2nd. When she debuted on the grass going 5 furlongs, just didn't show much, but took a lot of betting action. Now the long layoff, on her toes here in the paddock. That was a debut at the maiden special weight, comes back for 7,500. This is where I'm going to take a stab here. 5-2 was 9-2 in the morning line, hoping that price drifts up a little bit on Majestic Stride. The 4 is Desert Arch. Brunel Roan also trains this one. Arroyo aboard, 14-1. 2 starts, been beaten by 50 lengths and 46 lengths. A little bit of work to do for Desert Arch. The 5, Give 'em Shade, 5-2 right now. Sue Wiley's the trainer. Kelsey Haar takes the call here. This horse should have good tracking speed. However, 0 for 15 lifetime, so gets into the mix fairly often. 6 of 15 on the board. This is one you're going to want to work in on the underside, perhaps, or if Kelsey works a trip here and nothing else fires, she'll be charging late down the lane. On the far outside, number 6 at 12-1 is Pilot Star, the 3rd from the Brunel Roan bar. Chad Lindsay aboard. Last time out, finished 5th, beaten by 10.5 lengths. Before that, tried the turf. This horse has sprinted, gone long on the turf, gone long on the dirt. Nothing has quite got this horse onto the ticket. 0 for 7, never hit the board, is 12-1 right now. My top pick here to get my pick 3 started, number 3, Majestic Stride. They're out of the walking ring. They're making their way to the track. Get to the windows now.
second race field is on track. There's 6 of them. They'll go 1 mile in here. They're all bred in Minnesota. And these fillies are seeking to break their maiden for a $7,500 tag. If you would like to bet pick threes, doubles, exactas, tries, or 10-cent supers, feel free. You can do all of those in our second race today, sponsored by Atomic Data. We're 6 minutes away from it, and your 3-2 favorite is Fireman's Little Sis. In addition to being the sponsor each day of race number 2, Atomic Data also sponsors our leaderboards in the jockey and trainer races. We'll take a look at those shortly. We thank Atomic Data for their sponsorship of race number 2 and of our leaderboards in the jockey and trainer races. It's been a very tight race at the top of the trainer standings. Not quite the same case for the jockeys, though, as we've had a big leader at the beginning, and then Lindy Wade took things over, and he has been dominant ever since. Lindy Wade does currently lead the standings in the riders' race by 12 wins over Rye Eccleberry. It's quite a way to make a splash in your first season at Canterbury. Rye Eccleberry's worked himself into a safe second, 6 ahead of Alonzo Quinones, and there's quite a gap to Alex Quinchari, but Alonzo Quinones was the early leader in the standings, and he seems to be creeping his way back into it, back in action. A lot of entries for him today, as well as for the top 2 barns in our standings. You can see those on the leaderboard coming up next for the trainers. Robertino Diodoro and Mac Robertson are tied, and they've both had entries in 5 different races today. I mean, out of 9, they have good chances in both of them. They've extended their lead to 18 over Joel Burnt, who's also put a margin on Tony Ringsdorf of 2. Those 2 were tied up for quite a way in third. But the battle continues on top, as it has for a few years here recently, and it is currently tied at 50 wins apiece for both of those leading barns. Thank you again to Atomic Data, our sponsors in the leaderboards for the owners and trainers. You've got 3 minutes left to bet race number 2. Your strong favorite still is Fireman's Little Sis on the rail. Good luck. Get in line now.
It is now post time for the second race, CBY Sunday. Couple of dots and dashes following race 2. Fireman's Little Sis favored. Here come these maidens. Good luck. They're racing. Majestic Stride, unseen for 1 year, pops stylishly, flashing speed. Desert Arch and Give 'em Shade also prominent. It is Majestic Stride and Nick Goodwin right to the lead. Around the corner they go. Behind them, Give 'em Shade and Kelsey Haar. And said duo is now 5 clear from Charming Fury. That one advances to the inside of Desert Arch, and outside of them is Pilot Star and Fireman's Little Sis at 9-5 on that class drop, content to be 12 lengths behind Majestic Stride. And Majestic Stride strides away by 4, 5 furlongs to go. Majestic Stride with the AP is Loose Colors, 5 on number 5, Give 'em Shade. Charming Fury sneaks through to the inside at 4-1, and Charming Fury's on the move, 5 in arrears. After that, it is Pilot Star covering up Desert Arch. Fireman's Little Sis on the move, 8 lengths behind Majestic Stride, who leads it by 2.5. Charming Fury lays second narrowly to the inside of Give 'em Shade. Pilot Star wide around the turn. Desert Arch shoved on hard, and Fireman's Little Sis continues to totter along, 9 lengths from the front with a quarter of a mile to go. Nick Goodwin continuing to call the shots. Nick Goodwin and Majestic Stride a length and a half, but now has company, and Majestic Stride off that 1 year layoff is all done. Majestic Stride has sucked out of it. Inside Charming Fury, outside up goes Give 'em Shade, and Pilot Stars to the outside of them. Give 'em Shade at 3-1. Has Shade on Desert Arch. I'll make that Charming Fury, and it is Give 'em Shade who prevails. 5-2-6, race 2. Into the winner's enclosure, the victorious Give 'em Shade and Miss Kelsey Haar. Give 'em Shade is owned by Curtis Roweeder and the winning trainer, Sue Wiley. Give 'em Shade gets the money in race 2. It's official, 13 and change for the exacta. Superfecta paid nearly 27 for a dime. Double, 20 and change. The trifecta, $44.25. Couple of dots and dashes on the dirt track coming up soon, ladies and gentlemen. Then race number 3. And they're racing. Majestic Stride, unseen for 1 year, pops stylishly, flashing speed. Desert Arch and Give 'em Shade also prominent. It is Majestic Stride and Nick Goodwin right to the lead. Around the corner they go. Behind them, Give 'em Shade and Kelsey Haar. And said duo is now 5 clear from Charming Fury. That one advances to the inside of Desert Arch, and outside of them is Pilot Star and Fireman's Lil Sis at 9-5 on that class drop. Content to be 12 lengths behind Majestic Stride. And Majestic Stride strides away by 4, 5 furlongs to go. Majestic Stride with the AP is Loose Colors. 5 on number 5, Give 'em Shade. Charming Fury sneaks through to the inside of 4-1, and Charming Fury's on the move, 5 in arrears. After that, it is Pilot Star covering up Desert Arch. Fireman's Lil Sis on the move, 8 lengths behind Majestic Stride, who leads it by 2.5. Charming Fury lays second narrowly to the inside of Give 'em Shade. Pilot Star wide around the turn. Desert Arch shoved on hard, and Fireman's Lil Sis continues to totter along, 9 lengths from the front with a quarter of a mile to go. Nick Goodwin continuing to call the shots. Nick Goodwin and Majestic Stride, a length and a half, but now has company, and Majestic Stride off that 1-year layoff is all done. Majestic Stride has sucked out of it. Inside Charming Fury, outside up goes Give 'em Shade, and Pilot Stars to the outside of them. Give 'em Shade at 3-1. Has Shade on Desert Arch. I'll make that Charming Fury, and it is Give 'em Shade who prevails. 5, 2, 6, race 2. ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Dachshunds to Dash. How about a round of applause for all these wonderful dog owners bringing these wiener dogs out to Canterbury, not only today, but all season. They've been so great, and the top 2 from each heat today qualify and come back tomorrow, where we have championship races for the Corgis, Basset Hounds, and the wiener dogs. And here is the lineup for heat number 1. Number 1 is Chia. Here comes a little 7-pound Chia. Aw. Number 2 is Samantha Schreiber's Thor. Number 3 is Mabel. And number 4, weighing in at 10 pounds, this is Henry Ham. Henry Ham. Number 5 is Lisa Mingo's Yodi. Number 6 is owned by Alyssa and Josh. This one is Luna. Number 7 is Oakley. Number 8 was bred in Texas, but now resides in Minnesota looking to get all the money. This one is Willow. Top weight in the race, 14 pounds. It's Willow. And number 9 is Kari and Dan Miller's Betty. Number 9 is Betty. Here he is. This little doggy is known as Beans, Beaner the Wiener. The Wiener. Number 11, so rambunctious and ready to go. One of the owners has to hold him. This is number 11, Jerry. And that's the lineup for heat number 1. And now the lineup for heat number 2. Number 1 is Amanda Torres, Sammy. Number 2 is owned by Patrick Smith. This is Bruno. And number 3 in heat 2 is Frankie. All of you coveting a vacation. Number 4 is named Maui. This is Maui. And number 5 in heat 2 is Wrigley. Heat 2, number 6 is Zeus. Elbow. Number 7 is Brooke Razor's Flash. Number 8 in heat 2. This one is Eddie. 18-pound Dotson. Race high weights number 2, Bruno. And number 10 in heat 2 is Coco. This beautiful little multicolored wiener is number 11, and the name is Pearl. That's the lineup for heat number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, these are non-parimutuel wagering events. However, side wagering on the grandstand apron is strongly encouraged. Pick your favorite doggy, make a bet with friends and family, and get lucky. The wieners are about ready to pop. Owners heading to their spot at the finish line. Last chance to get your side wager in on your favorite Dotson. They're about ready to dash. The top 2 finishers from all of these heats return tomorrow for Wiener Dog Championship of the World Immortality. Ready, go! Here come the wieners just shooting out and absolutely pounding to victory and or the lead. It's Beaner the Wiener! Beaner the Wiener! This wiener was straight and strong! Holy cow, what a wonderful wiener. That 10 Beans, Beaner the Wiener with the very hyperactive owner. Super talented, and we'll see that wiener tomorrow. 5 and 3 are in their own personal battle on the track right now. Look at this 10. Holy cow, Beaner the Wiener just surging to command. So 10 advances. Oh! As does Betty. Number 9, Betty checked in second, and we'll see Betty tomorrow. Here comes Beans on the big screen. Smile, Wiener, you're a star. Aw, looking back for competition, so talented. Oh, yeah. Look at that leap. You all need to come back tomorrow and root for Beaner the Wiener. Pandemic was rough. All right, heat 2. Heat number 2, select your favorite Dotson. Make a little side bet. Top 2 return tomorrow, Labor Day racing, 1 o'clock. Ready, go! Here come these Dotsons dashing, and what a wonderful beginning for Coco. Now it's Sammy beginning to advance. Holy cow, Pearl's trying to attack the announcer. Wow, aggressive Pearl came right after the announcer's ankle. Top 2. I believe number 10, Coco, is our winner. Coco, Wiener Racing Immortality as we go here at Canterbury. Coco with absolute domination, and it is 10-1 for your exacta pleasure. Coco and Sammy, we'll see y'all tomorrow. Now these Dotsons are coming back in the winner's circle and heading through the grandstand. Anybody wants photo opportunities? Yeah, you got it. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for these dog owners making this day so much fun. We do it again after race number 4. The third race on which you can wager is 20 minutes from now. No scratches. Don't get shut out.
Pablo. Hey.
The third race at Canterbury Park is about 10 minutes from now. Welcome back to the paddock. With this one, we head to the turf course. You have some $7,500 claimers as they enter the paddock, and they'll go around a couple of times, head out to the racetrack. Number one is Outrun the Posse. This is a veteran we've seen here for many years. Miss Kelsey Haar looking to win back-to-back races. Outrun the Posse looking for his first victory this season, and he's 7 for 16 in the top two on the Canterbury turf course. So he's gotten close a couple of times this year. Maybe we'll get over the hump here. Generously priced at 11-1. I'm a Harley too. The selection of our analyst, our media relations conduit, Jeff Madej. I'm a Harley too. Couple of wins on the Canterbury turf and a couple of wins at this distance. Does have a win this season. First, second, third, and fourth. Fourth being the most recent. So you can look at it like it's not heading the right way, but they're picking up nice checks every single time. This one definitely in with a big shot. I'm a Harley too. Number 3 is Copper Fiddle, Team Broberg with that nice win percentage. Rye Eccleberry also a 20% winner. This one is 10-1, and Copper Fiddle has run 2 consecutive times on the turf and shows speed, but has stopped each time. 3 starts ago on a muddy main track, ran kind of well. This will be turf start number 20. Copper Fiddle will need to improve the form we see here to win the race. Broberg and Eccleberry, though, at 10-1. That's quite juicy. Camps Bay is 3-1, leading rider Lindy Wade for Robertino Diodoro. This one won 2 in a row, jumped on the turf last time, and ran 4th, but also was very wide at the top of the stretch. Camps Bay will look to get a bit of a better trip this time and capitalize on what was 2 consecutive victories. The last turf victory took place October of 2020 in Oklahoma City, Camps Bay. Teddy Time, Canterbury Park favorite. He's 8 years of age, bred in Minnesota. Teddy Time with 3 victories on the turf, all here at Canterbury. Looking for his first win since very early in the season and on the main track. Smokin' Policy is next. This one is 11-1. It's another for Broberg. Ruben Fuentes looks for his second victory, and Smokin' Policy looks for his first turf win of his career. Number 7 is Last Promise, 16-1. Luis Negron rides this one off a couple of 7th place finishes on the turf, and will need to improve that form to get the money here. Number 8, my selection, also the selection of Jay Litza, the Star Tribune handicapper. It's I'm an 8. I'm an 8 is 7-1. Nice price. Alonso Quinones for Carlos Moreno. And this one ran a good third last time. Keeps racing against horses who are doing really good things. Like Stitzy came back to win. Creative Plan a couple of times. Shinny won 3 consecutive times. I'm an 8 has been keeping really good competition. I like this one a fair amount of 7-1. It's a Boy, LAV. L.A. Valenzuela riding for the Sanderson gang. They go on a little bit of a class drop here. That might help off a 4th place finish. Out of that Creative Plan race, before that faced El Tazar, who might win the Blair's Cove Wednesday Festival Day, and Shinny before that. It's a Boy at 3.5-1. Absolutely in with a shot from slightly off the pace. Those 9 battle, race number 3. We're 7 minutes from it. Good luck.
We go back to the turf course for race number 3. Males will take their turn on the turf this time around. And in this race, we have no scratches, no jockey changes, and a 5-2 favorite in Camps Bay. The third race is sponsored by Bud Light Seltzer, and we welcome Twin Cities Tanning to the winner's circle. We're now 6 minutes away.
And the horses are approaching the starting gate. We welcome our featured group for race number 3, Twin Cities Tanning. And race 3 is courtesy of Bud Light Seltzer, sold throughout Canterbury Park. One out. It's a boy. Last in line. Here they come. Racing. Last Promise, first out. Outrun the Posse at 12-1, flashing speed. Behind them is Copper Fiddle, tracking coyly. Then it's I'm a Harley 2 at 9-5 with less than 1 lap to go, about 6 lengths from the front. I'm an 8, currently 5th, about 7 lengths from the lead, and 2.5 clear from Camps Bay. The field is well strung out, early pace, potentially hot. After that, It's a Boy racing to the outside of Minnesotan Teddy Time, and Teddy Time is second last. The one at the rear is Smokin' Policy, loping along 13 lengths from the lead. Up the Canterbury Park barn side they travel, and Last Promise has taken the lead, and Last Promise leads it by a half. Outrun the Posse in second by 3.5. Copper Fiddle 5 lengths from the front, 2.5 to the good of I'm a Harley 2. I'm an 8 wide around the turn, 7 out of it. Then we come to It's a Boy covering up Camps Bay. Teddy Time 9 out of it, far clear from Smokin' Policy, and Last Promise will take some catching at 22-1. Last Promise sole alone on the lead with a quarter of a mile to go. Copper Fiddle taking second from the veteran, Outrun the Posse. After that, it's I'm a Harley 2. Then It's a Boy on the wide side, and here they come. And now Last Promise has faded and is joined by Copper Fiddle. Outside of that, I'm a Harley 2 is finishing beautifully, and behind that one, It's a Boy. It is I'm a Harley 2 from a resurgent Last Promise. I'm a Harley 2 purrs into the winner's enclosure. Number 2, I'm a Harley 2, ran first. 2, 3, 7, 9 in race 3. It was a chalk all odds. We had a claim in race number 3. A claim for $7,500. Number 4, Camps Bay, was claimed. The owner trainer, Sanderson Stables, that's Bruce Sanderson. Number 4 claimed for $7,500. Race 3 official. First pick 3 today paid $29.95. That chalk all odds trifecta, 113 for 50 cents. Superfecta, $121 for a dime. On top of said soup, I'm a Harley too. And Carlo Lopez. I'm a Harley too is trained by Mike Beeler. And the winning owners are Thomas V. and Janet Aguilera, along with Rodney Zimmerman. I'm a Harley too was bred in Minnesota and is a 5-year-old son of Artie Schiller at a Prairie Mistress. The fourth race is 20 minutes from now. Fast main track. Blinkers on, number 5, Old Indian Trick. Number 5 races with blinkers on in race number 4. Following the fourth race, 2 more Datsun Dashes. And they're racing. Last Promise, first out. Outrun the Posse at 12-1, flashing speed. Behind them is Copper Fiddle, tracking coyly. Then it's I'm a Harley 2 at 9-5 with less than 1 lap to go, about 6 lengths from the front. I'm an 8, currently 5th, about 7 lengths from the lead, and 2.5 clear from Camps Bay. The field is well strung out, early pace, potentially hot. After that, It's a Boy racing to the outside of Minnesotan Teddy Time, and Teddy Time is second last. The one at the rear is Smokin' Policy, loping along 13 lengths from the lead. Up the Canterbury Park barn side they travel, and Last Promise has taken the lead, and Last Promise leads it by a half. Outrun the Posse in second by 3.5. Copper Fiddle 5 lengths from the front, 2.5 to the good of I'm a Harley 2. I'm an 8 wide around the turn, 7 out of it. Then we come to It's a Boy covering up Camps Bay. Teddy Time 9 out of it, far clear from Smokin' Policy, and Last Promise will take some catching at 22-1. Last Promise sole alone on the lead with a quarter of a mile to go. Copper Fiddle taking second from the veteran, Outrun the Posse. After that, it's I'm a Harley 2. Then It's a Boy on the wide side, and here they come. And now Last Promise has faded and is joined by Copper Fiddle. Outside of that, I'm a Harley 2 is finishing beautifully, and behind that one, It's a Boy. It is I'm a Harley 2 from a resurgent Last Promise. I'm a Harley 2 purrs into the winner's enclosure. And here we go on with the fourth race at Canterbury Park. This is a six-pack, short on numbers, but long on compelling angles, and here they are. Number one is Kierkegaard. This one won very nicely last time and was claimed. Heads to Team Pierce. L.A. Fuentes rides and is 3.5 to 1. Blessed with early speed. They go 6.5 furlongs. That's a tricky distance, specifically when you get to the claiming ranks. And Kierkegaard has shown the ability to win at this distance. Has enough good early speed to get out of there nicely from the inside. Definitely a win candidate. Omen of Change is number 2. Troy Bethke trains this one. Third off a claim. Went to Fargo after the claim, then came back here. Ran a good race last time, losing to Creative Plan. Got a bit wide late in the race. Eccleberry has the call, 4.5 to 1. Number 3 at 5 to 1 is Fender Bender. Start number 41 for Fender Bender. Made $75,000 during the course of his career. Lindsay rides this one for Sheehan. Good second last time against 2 notches lower. $5,000 claimers, but if that pace backs up a little bit and Fender Bender avoids traffic, this one could win for sure. Top Star, trained by Wade Rarick, one of our higher percentage trainers year after year. LAV has the call for Top Star, picking up for Juarez. Top Star won here 2 starts ago and tries the distance of 6.5 furlongs for the first time in his life. Ran on a muddy track last time. If you look at the wet track statistics, 0 wins from 3 starts, so definitely prefers it when it's fast. And last time he caught a fast track, he beat Never Blink and Florida Two-Step. Florida Two-Step came back to win. And Top Star did so by a length and change in a fast time. 4.5 to 1, pretty generously priced here for Top Star. Old Indian Trick has blinkers on. This is Dio and our leading jockey in Lindy Wade, and got even smarter. My top selection, 2.5 to 1. Jose Silva Jr. winning 24% this year and 17 at Canterbury. Got even smarter is getting better start by start. Made 30 grand last year, already made 30 grand this year, and definitely a stalking style, which is really good for a race at 6.5 furlongs. And you look at Got Even Smarter with Luis Negron, absolute picture of beauty heading out to the track for race number 4.
We'll start our dollar pick 6, going 6.5 furlongs. It's on a fast main track. $10,000 claimers come to join us for this one. No scratches, no jockey changes in the 4th. It's 7 minutes from now. And in addition to the pick 6 that offers win, play, show, exactas tries, 10-cent supers, doubles, and pick 3s. Lots and lots on which to wager in race number 4. And race 4 is sponsored each day by Jim Beam. This is the Nick and Molly to the Altar Dash. Welcome and congratulations. On screen now and warming up is Got Even Smarter. He's the Kevin Gorg power play of the day. He did have an excellent effort last time around. He really seems to like 6.5 furlongs, and the Silver Barn will get the outside draw with him again, so Got Even Smarter probably in good position to try to get wins back to back. It hasn't been something that they've done a whole bunch this meet in the Silver Barn. I believe 2 for 10, and one of those was Unleash the Beast, but they'll try to put him back to back with Got Even Smarter, who's in some of the best form of his life. He is the power play of the day at 5-2. With 5 minutes to post, I just want to remind you that the dog racing does not end here, but it does end tomorrow. If you can join us for your Labor Day holiday, we will have the championships for these weenies, for the corgis, for all of the breeds, and the best of show. That starts at 1 p.m. tomorrow. We do have pony rides from 12:30 to 4, all the regular family day activities for our special holiday card of racing tomorrow afternoon. We also have the Festival of Champions coming up later in the week. If the horses are more your speed, we've got some of the best Minnesota breds out there. They're all going to race in the Festival of Champions, where there's also a chance for you to win a Jeep Gladiator. Tickets for that, as well as further information on all the stakes racing and contest play coming up on Wednesday, check out CanterburyPark.com. We have the countdown to the Cup contest starting as well. We do have, of course, the BCBC Big Ten at the end of our live season, but coming up after that, if you plan to join us for simulcast racing, make sure that you come to the track each Saturday to get involved in Countdown to the Cup. There's weekly prizes, overall prizes, and a good way to follow the trail all the way to Del Mar for the Breeders' Cup in November. Information for that is online as well, including the schedule for each track each week. All of the contest details, and especially how you could win your way out there to play in the BCBC, is online, CanterburyPark.com. We're 4 minutes away from race number 4 and the start of the Pick 6. Very evenly matched group as far as the board would tell the tale, but your 5-2 favorite is Got Even Smarter. Remember, 2 heats of dog racing coming up after this.
It is now post time. Post time for the fourth race as Got Even Smarter moves in. Here they come, and they're racing. Old Indian Trick with those blinkers on at 4-1 comes out swiftly, and Old Indian Trick leads it nearly by 1. Kierkegaard revs up to the inside. Between them is Top Star, and outside of that Got Even Smarter, and now 4 abreast with 5 furlongs to go. 7 lengths behind that to Fender Bender, and Omen of Change is looking for change as he lopes along in last, 13 lengths from the lead, and Old Indian Trick continues to tug them along. Kierkegaard bugs to the inside. Got Even Smarter, the 3-5 favorites to the outside. After that, Top Star not firing. Top Star languishing 8 lengths out of it as Old Indian Trick continues to lead it. Kierkegaard's being shoved onto the inside, and Negron's working on Got Even Smarter to the outside. After that, Fender Bender a mile out of it, likewise for Omen of Change, and as they head for the money, they're chasing a trick, and it's a trick that came to play. It is Old Indian Trick from Got Even Smarter who shifted ground. That's it for Kierkegaard doing the moonwalk, and Fender Bender is running on. Old Indian Trick trying to provide a treat, and Old Indian Trick has taken them gate to wire. Old Indian Trick beats Fender Bender, who gets second, and Got Even Smarter ran third. Number 5, Old Indian Trick, ran first. 5-3-6-4, 5-3-6-4, unofficially in race 4. The fourth race is official. We had a claim. Number 1, Kierkegaard, claimed for $10,000. The new trainer, Tony Rengstorff. The owners, Wasabi Venture Stable. Rengstorff wins a 2-way shake for number 1, Kierkegaard. The Datsun's Dash on the dirt track coming up soon, ladies and gentlemen. Couple of heats for the doggies as Old Indian Trick receives a well-deserved bath for his toil. The pick 4, $198. Pick 3 on races 2, 3, and 4 paid $52. Exacta $35.40. Trifecta $35.40 also. 10-cent superfecta, $20.59. Our 10-cent superfectas have paid terrifically today through the first 4 races. Play those superfectas where you have to find the top 4 finishers in a race. For instance, 5-3-6-4 in race 4. and use as many or as few horses in each spot, first, second, third, and fourth, as you desire. Into the winner's enclosure, Old Indian Trick and Lindy Wade. The winning owners, By a Nose Stable, and the winning trainer, Robertino Diodoro. Nick and Molly, welcome to Canterbury Park. The Nick and Molly Alter Dash, our featured group for race number 4. Good luck. Here they come, and they're racing. Old Indian Trick with those blinkers on at 4-1 comes out swiftly, and Old Indian Trick leads it nearly by 1. Kierkegaard revs up to the inside. Between them is Top Star, and outside of that Got Even Smarter, and now 4 abreast with 5 furlongs to go. 7 lengths behind that to Fender Bender, and Omen of Change is looking for change as he lopes along in last, 13 lengths from the lead, and Old Indian Trick continues to tug them along. Kierkegaard bugs to the inside. Got Even Smarter, the 3-5 favorites to the outside. After that, Top Star not firing. Top Star languishing 8 lengths out of it as Old Indian Trick continues to lead it. Kierkegaard's being shoved onto the inside, and Negron's working on Got Even Smarter to the outside. After that, Fender Bender a mile out of it, likewise for Omen of Change, and as they head for the money, they're chasing a trick, and it's a trick that came to play. It is Old Indian Trick from Got Even Smarter who shifted ground. That's it for Kierkegaard doing the moonwalk, and Fender Bender is running on. Old Indian Trick trying to provide a treat, and Old Indian Trick has taken them gate to wire. Old Indian Trick beats Fender Bender, who gets second, and Got Even Smarter ran third. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for more Dotson Dashing. Heats number 3 and 4 coming at you now. The top 2 finishers from each race return tomorrow for the Wiener Dog Championship of the World. Let's meet the lineup for heat number 3. Heat number 3, number 1 is Ellie, owned by Sarah and Maverick Edberg. And number 2 in Heat 3, this is Oakley, Number 3. Here's Duchess. And number 4 is Jim Walzak's Rusco. Number 5, Erica Allenberg's Spots. Spots. Number 6, Heat 3. Here's Izzy. And number 7 is Bobby Johnston's Fudzy McLean. Number 8, Heat number 3, Bruce Almighty Arkadelphia. Number 9, Brittany and Nick Bartlett's Kirby. And number 10, Andrew Knox's Apollo. Number 11 in Heat number 3 is Mallory's Dash. That is the lineup for Heat number 3. And now the lineup for Heat number 4. Heat number 4, number 1 is Trixie. Here's Trixie. Number 2 is Bella. Look at little Bella. Let's go, Bella. Wheel. Let's go, Bella. Number 3 in Heat 4 is Slinky. And number 4, owned by Megan Seasteen, it's Larry Bird. Let's go, Larry Legend. Uncle Jerry is watching online. Number 5, here's Homer. And number 6 in Heat 4, it's Griffey. Number 7, Reba Rousey Arkadelphia. This fiery red is ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, here is a wiener with which to be reckoned. It is a 2-time champion. Ladies and gentlemen, number 8 is Piper. Number 9 is Beethoven. And number 10 in Heat 4, owned by Gregory Hammer, here's little baby Luna. And number 11, this is Lily. Rounding out the lineup for Heat 4, number 12 is Colleen Wagner's Lucy. There are the lineups for Heats 3 and 4. Top 2 return tomorrow. Once again, Labor Day racing tomorrow at 1 o'clock. We have championship races for all of the Corgis and Basset Hounds that have qualified this year. Likewise for the Dachshunds. And then a best in show race where the top Corgis, Bassets, and Dachshunds race against each other. That's tomorrow. If you're getting tickets, get them online, CanterburyPark.com. Save a couple of bucks. Now the owners are heading down to the makeshift finish line. From the first two Datsun dashes, Coco, the 2017 champion, very impressive. He'll be back tomorrow. Two-time champion Piper races in the fourth heat today, right after this. The Wieners are steady. The owners are in their places. Ready, go! Here come these Datsuns dashing down the Canterbury Park track. Ellie is showing terrific speed, but then tried to savage Apollo, and Dash is dashing, but then stopped and was attacked. Oh, that's very, very tight. Dash was set to get all the money, but then was attacked by Ellie. And number 4, Roscoe, is loose, trying to jump into the crowd. What a wonderful rendition of Wiener Dog Wars. Take a look at this. Ellie came out fastest, then went after Apollo, and now sets her sights on Dash. Dash waited around, attacked by Ellie. But they're 1-2. The bookenders, Dash and Ellie. See y'all tomorrow. They can't catch Apollo. Ladies and gentlemen, they got him. One and 11. Ellie covered more ground than Lewis and Clark. Found a way to get the money. Should be tough tomorrow. All eyes here, ladies and gentlemen, are on number 8, Piper, owned by Callie Riley and Will Carnes. This is a 2-time champion looking for the Datsun version of the Triple Crown. TV monitors, big screen in the infield. There's Piper, the back-to-back champion, 2-time champion that is. Ooh, Griffey, dead set to run. Larry poised. Has the Seasteen family representing Larry Legend. Owners in their spots. Ready, go! Here come these Datsuns, and Piper came out like a shot. That's number 8. Battling with Homer, my favorite dog, and Griffey's also in there. Piper got the money by an inch, but Larry Bird savaged Piper right at the wire. Just like the basketball player Larry Bird, this Wiener is very feisty. Meanwhile, here comes Bella. Look at Bella go. Come on, Bella. Yeah! Bella's making sure she doesn't have a flat tire. We ain't doing anything till Bella gets to that finish line. Give it up for Bella to the 5. Touchdown, Bella! Way to go, girl. Thank you, Ryan and Emil. Make that Emily. There's Piper, 2-time champion. Got a little cocky nearing the finish line. Look at Piper stride out like a 2-time champion. Got a little cocky right in front of the finish line. And Larry Bird said, Piper, I'll see you tomorrow after I take a chunk out of you. We have 2 more of these after race 6. Race number 5. And the Canterbury Park Pick 5. Play the heck out of that.
Yeah, welcome back to some horse racing. Let's see if we can get things started in the pick 5 here. It's an industry low takeout of 10%. It's a 50-cent base wager. Could pay thousands and thousands of dollars. It's a great place to spend the day at Canterbury Park. I want to welcome Brett and Manon Mitchell, who were married yesterday. They're spending their honeymoon here at Canterbury Park. And what could be better than when Tommy Thompson hands them a winning pick 5 ticket for thousands of dollars? That's a great wedding gift. Tommy put that ticket together. I'll see if I can help you out here. We'll start on the rail with the 1, Greater Cairo. This is a horse with some speed from Broberg with Rye Eckleberry aboard. Very good combination. Horse has done its best running on the front, including a 6.5 furlong dash last time. First time on the turf. Expect this horse to get out of the gate in a hurry, along with the 2, Go for a Ride, trained by Esteban Martinez, Ruben Fuentes aboard. Toss those last 2 starts out on a sloppy and a muddy racetrack. And look at the turf tries. This is 7.5 furlongs on the turf. This horse ran a nice 6th-place finish last time. But again, I think the best running on the front, and there's going to be some company. We're going to scratch the 3 in here. The 4 will be a big number. Jersey Loot with Vega aboard for Atticott. Another one that does not have great form. In fact, was beaten by 14 and 20 lengths, but has a little bit of speed. Looks good here in the walking ring. Probably is going to have to duel with the 1 and the 2 when they jump out of the gate. Now, the obvious selection here, you look at where the money is going, it's on the 5. John Zafani, Robertino Diodoro, Lindy Wade. They look to go back-to-back here, 2-1 on a horse who has been on the turf 8 times with 2 wins and 3 second-place finishes, including a win back on August 4th at 1 1/16 on this turf course, but at a higher price. Drops from $16,000 down to $10,000. Has the speed figures that look very competitive in this race. Thus, the horse is currently favored at 2-1. The 6 is Trade Deadline. Mac Robertson's your trainer. Quincy Hamilton aboard. Another one with a lot of good early speed is Trade Deadline. Tried the turf at 1 mile last time out. Jumped out to the front. Came up a little bit short. Got beat by 7 3/4 lengths. Right next door is my top pick here and the longest shot on the board, number 7, Robinson. Valerie Lund, the trainer for the Butsos. Negron aboard. Won at a big price, 68-1 down at Oaklawn. Win before that at the fairgrounds on the turf was at 7-1. Horse has been on the dirt the last 2 times. Look back at that last turf race. It fits in here. It's a big price. It's the way I'm going to start my pick 5 with the 7, Robinson. The 8, Side Street Dave. I've tried this one a couple of times on the dirt. Haven't really gotten much out of it. I fear this horse, though. I think it's bred for the turf. It's started on the grass 5 times, has 3 on the board finishes, was going to be a big number. You look at the horse exiting the walking ring right now at 9-1 with Valenzuela aboard for Sanderson. Number 9, JP's Pride. Lothenbach, Joel Burnt, Fuentes aboard. I always have to fear the Burnt runners. JP's Pride, a big shot in here at 6-1, can sit right off the pace, probably gets first run at those speed horses, and we know when Burnt sends a horse out, it's high quality. This horse fits here on your pick 5 ticket. Number 10 at 12-1 is 5 Roses for Luna. Larry Donlan, Kelsey Haar. She worked a great trip to get that win earlier. We saw that happen. She's going to have to work magic here with 5 Roses Luna. This will be sent to post at double-digit odds. And the 11 horse is Glass Eater. Diodoro, Carlo Lopez aboard, unseen since the 4th of July at Lone Star Park. Does have a win on the turf, but it took 15 tries to get it. This is another horse with that far outside post is going to have to try to navigate its way through some traffic. I'm going to try the 7, Robinson here. We'll be back shortly to take a look at that pick 5.
We're at halftime of our Sunday card. We're 4 minutes away from race number 5, and we go to the turf for this 5th race. 7.5 furlongs is the distance of the first leg of the 50-cent pick 5. That's a 10% takeout wager. It's one of the best values in the country. Play it. You got 4 minutes to do so. If you don't want to try the pick 5, you can do pick 3s. You can do doubles, exactas, trifectas, 10-cent superfectas. All kinds of options in the 5th race, which is sponsored by Pepsi. We scratched the 3 point of impact and the 12 yak. There's a field of 10 remaining with a 2-1 favorite in Johann Zoffany. Coming up soon, Jeff Madej is going to try to get you a winner in that 10% takeout pick 5. He'll give you his thoughts, his selections, and a ticket for the pick 5 sequence, which is coming up very soon. Stay tuned. He's coming up next.
As I mentioned, the Canterbury Park Pick 5 has an industry low 10% takeout. It's a 50-cent base wager. My suggested ticket is on the monitors right now. Well, I like the 7 Robinson in here. I'm not going to single. I'm going to go deep. I think this is the most competitive race on the card today. You'll see that I have the 1, the 2, the 5, the 7, and the 9 to start things out. In the next leg, I'll go 4 deep. 3, 4, 6, and 9. Exarban Summer looks good in this spot, but certainly not a single. Hattie up. The 6 horse will take all the money. And the outside Arnold's Patsy certainly figures as well. Race 7, just 2 pieces there. Mile 70 in the turf, the 3 and the 7. I'll use the 5 and the 6 in race number 8, and then a single in race 9. If I can navigate through, I've got a nice single in race 9 of the 4 for the love of Lydia. It's a $40 ticket, 50-cent base wager. Get your way to the windows now. We're a couple of minutes away from first post, or from post time here. And again, get your wagers in now. This pick 5 could pay thousands of dollars.
The runners are arriving at the starting gate, and it's post time for race number 5, courtesy of Pepsi. And Andy still dandy at age 96. Johan Zofani is favored. One out. And they're racing. Go for a Ride goes to the lead with Greater Cairo. That's the gray to the inside. And 5 Roses Luna at 32-1 shows really good early speed. And we have 3 astern around the first turn, and some were in tightly. They would include Side Street Dave. Johan Zofani checked off the heels of runners and just checked again right behind JP's Pride. Reset as they settle into their spots, and now 10-1 race out. 5 Roses Luna at a fat price takes the lead from Greater Cairo. Tracking them is Go for a Ride. Outside of that is Glass Eater, 2.5 lengths clear from Side Street Dave. Then we come back to Robinson, beginning to advance to the outside of Johan Zofani, who has settled in, and to the inside of the Irish JP's Pride. Behind them is Jersey Loot, shoved on hard. Trade Deadline is 10 lengths from the lead, but closing in and chasing 5 Roses Luna. Now Greater Cairo and Eckleberry go on the attack at 9-1 to the outside. Behind them is Go for a Ride, shoved on but still in the thick of it. After that, Johan Zofani has work to do to win 2 in a row. Outside of that is Trade Deadline, and up goes Greater Cairo. Greater Cairo has the lead from Go for a Ride. Far outside, JP's Pride. Johan Zofani right in there. Go for a Ride, resurgent at 9-1. Go for a Ride. Go to the winner's circle. Go for a Ride impressively. 2-1-5 in race 5. Number 2, Go for a Ride, unofficially first. 2-1-5-9. The fifth race is official. Excellent selection by our Star Tribune handicapper, Jay Litza. Go for a ride, right on top in the newspaper. 2159. 10-cent superfecta, 152. 50-cent pick 3, 87. The trifecta, Litza all odds, $213. Double, 71 and change. Race number 6, 20 minutes from now. Scratch numbers 2 and 8. After race 6, our final pair of Datsun Heats. Don't forget, parents, after race number 9, the kids run on the racetrack, thanks to Quick Trip. 30-yard dashes, one race for kids 7 years of age and younger, the other for those 8 and older. Kids run on the dirt track after race 9. Into the winner's enclosure, Go for a Ride. 2 wins today for Ruben Fuentes. The winning owner, Edward Fred Sepich Jr. The winning trainer, Esteban Martinez. Go for a Ride, your Star Tribune top selection. And they're racing. Go for a Ride goes to the lead with Greater Cairo. That's the gray to the inside. And Five Roses Luna, 32-1, shows really good early speed. And we have 3 astern around the first turn, and some were in tightly. They would include Side Street Dave. Johan Zofani checked off the heels of runners and just checked again right behind JP's Pride. Reset as they settle into their spots, and now 10-1 race out. Five Roses Luna at a fat price takes the lead from Greater Cairo. Tracking them is Go for a Ride. Outside of that is Glass Eater, 2.5 lengths clear from Side Street Dave. Then we come back to Robinson, beginning to advance to the outside of Johan Zofani, who has settled in, and to the inside of the Irish JP's Pride. Behind them is Jersey Loot, shoved on hard. Trade Deadline is 10 lengths from the lead, but closing in and chasing Five Roses Luna. Now Greater Cairo and Eckleberry go on the attack at 9-1 to the outside. Behind them is Go for a Ride, shoved on but still in the thick of it. After that, Johan Zofani has work to do to win 2 in a row. Outside of that is Trade Deadline, and up goes Greater Cairo. Greater Cairo has the lead from Go for a Ride. Far outside, JP's Pride. Johan Zofani right in there. Go for a Ride, resurgent at 9-1. Go for a Ride. Go to the winner's circle. Go for a Ride impressively. 215 in race 5.
Well, you got to look at number 6, Hattie Epp, exiting the paddock area early. She's the current 9-5 favorite. Let's take a look at the field, though. First draw line through the 2 and the 8. This will start the pick 4. Angela Herman will take you through that when the horses get out on the track. But starting on the rail with the 1, Runaway A-Train, Mac Robertson, the trainer, Carlo Lopez aboard. Last time out at the maiden 7,500 state-bred filly level. Had a nice victory. Was the 6-5 favorite that day. Jump up to face winners never early. 9-2 right now in the Robertson charge. The 3, Pearl Devine for Jerry Livingston, is going to go to post at double-digit odds. Won her debut back in July of 2019. Hasn't won since. She's got some speed, maybe learning to track a little bit. If you're looking for a quirky bomber in the pick 4, why not try Jerry Livingston? He's been quiet this meet, and if this horse could win, it will pay huge. Number 4, XR Ben Summer. Tim Padilla is the trainer. Pete Matson, he's your owner. Alonzo Quinona is aboard. My top pick here. Why not? Again, the Pete Matson horses tend to win and win a lot. Tim Padilla and Alonzo Quinona is a good combination, winning at more than 20% when they team up. This 5-furlong dash, though, same distance last time Exarban Summer ran, didn't show much at all, got beaten by double-digit lengths. So we need some redemption here off of that effort. It's 9-2 right now. Looks good, though, here as it walks past me in the walking ring, as does the 5 for Troy Bethke within the misty moonlight. Got some speed and might hook up with Hattie Epp. This horse can get out of the gate and go. It's going to be a decent price, I believe. 6-1 right now. Last time out at the distance, just didn't get out, raced wide. I think if you go back to when this horse is in its best form, it's out on the engine. And I think that Lindy Wade, our top jockey here, might send and could make some noise early. The 6, as I mentioned earlier, had left the paddock before the others. That's Hattie Epp, Rye Eckleberry for Joel Byrne, owner Lothenbach. This horse is all about speed. In good form, takes a big class drop here as the meet comes to its conclusion with just a few days left. So logical class drop here for a filly that's won 2 out of 7 races, 5 times on the board, has the good speed. Finishing, not always her strong point here, but if she can somehow find the lead in a race where I don't think she does, which could make her vulnerable, if she gets the lead, she'll be very dangerous. I know Jay Litzow, who gave out that last winner in the Star Tribune, thinks this horse has the controlling speed. I don't. We'll see. He's the Star Tribune paid handicapper. I'm just taking shots here. Number 7 is A Lot of Soul. Ruben Fuentes, who won that last race, looks to keep things going here, this time with Francisco Bravo. Blinkers go on. Eckleberry had the choice to ride this one. He goes for Hattie Epp. We're going to get a bit of price here, a horse that's 2 for 13. Then rounding things out on the outside, the 9, Arnold's Patsy for Bernell Roan. Hall of Famer Dean Butler gets the call here. If you think there's a lot of speed and you want a closer at a fair price, 6-1 right now on Arnold's Patsy. They're out of the walking ring, heading to the racetrack. Get yourselves to the windows.
We've still got 4 more races to go. The late pick 4 starts in race number 6. 4 minutes away, scratch the 2, She Glitters, scratch the 8, Me Say So. So we have a field of 7. These ladies will go to post with the pick 4, the pick 3, doubles, exacta strides, and 10-cent supers from which to bet. Mystic Lake sponsors race number 6 each day. And we're maybe a little bit over 4 minutes until race number 6. It is time to talk pick 4, and then time for a couple more wiener dog heats after this one's set. Your 9 to 5 favorite is the speedy Hattie Up. You want to start? It is late pick 4 time. We don't have too much time to get through this, and you don't have too much more time to bet it. So if you would like to take part in the pick 4, get in line now. It is still busy out here, and we do have 2 more wiener dog heats coming up. I didn't make much of a big ticket for this. Looked a little bit formful, and I did start with just 2 in here, including recent making breaking Runaway A-Train and your speedy favorite, Hattie Up. Hattie Up has some distance limitation to her, that's for sure, but she does fit this one pretty perfectly, going 5 furlongs. She should have the lead at least part of the way. Don't know if she'll go the whole way. I mean, again, Hattie Up, if she takes any kind of pressure, I guess could fold pretty early on. Runaway A-Train came from off the pace last time to break her maiden, and it took the entire stretch for her and Carlo Lopez to get up. However, if somebody does decide to go with Hattie Up, like A Lot of Soul, maybe a couple to the inside, Pearl Devine has some speed to her too, they could soften things up for her. So I did go 1-6 instead of just the 6. Hold the Spice has been one I've kind of been spinning the wheel on a few times. I've tried him his past 2. He's finished second both times. And the track isn't necessarily playing to his style. He is a pretty one-run closer from way, way back. Hasn't been the easiest tactic to take on either course today, but he has just run well enough in his 3 starts and on the turf this year. And I think this horse is always one that gets better as the season goes on. Sooner or later, he's going to find a field that he can run down in its entirety. I thought maybe it could be today, but again, not loving how the track is playing. So if you like somebody with a little bit more pace to them, I don't blame you if this is not your single in the sequence. I went with Brad's Time and Rose for Raven, both of whom have speed. One is stretching out, though. Brad's Time is going to make just his 4th start, and he's going to try to come off in a very impressive second length win, and I'm sure take another field wire to wire. Now, Rose for Raven is a bit more versatile than that. He took a field wire to wire last time, but he had also drawn the rail that day. That seemed to be the best way to keep his inside positioning. He took that field the entire way under a very nice ride by Dean Butler. Not sure they're going to be able to outrun Brad's Time to the lead, but these two should be forwardly placed the entire race. In the final one of the day, we have maidens going 5 furlongs on the turf. I try to beat For the Love of Lydia. For the Love of Lydia has had the last 2 trips kind of her own way, and she has taken some heat, but she should take some heat again today on the front end. For the Love of Lydia just hasn't quite finished the drill. Last time, Latub just barely got the best of her. Latub did not come back to run well on the main track. And For the Love of Lydia, again, I thought had a very good setup last time around. She's just going to need to barely outrun Karolinka and Awesome Galaxy. I don't think that these two are real monsters waiting to happen, but I think that both of them have some more upside to them than For the Love of Lydia, who has already fired kind of her best shot. So I went 3 and 5 in there. If For the Love of Lydia wins, she wins. I know this is Jeff Madey's single. I get it. I wouldn't be surprised, but I just thought for maybe the even money 4 to 5 price that you're going to get, that you might want to take some shots against her. So I tried the horses directly to her left and to her right. That makes a $4 ticket. They're headed to the gate shortly for this pick 4. And remember, get up close, get right by the rail. We only have 2 heats of wiener dogs left, and that's coming up after the 6th.
It is now post time for race number 6. Final 2 Datsun heats follow race 6. And they're racing. Hattie Up. Hattie Up goes right to the lead as Rye Eccleberry says, giddy up to Hattie Up, and they open up by 2.5. A lot of soul with the hot jock flashes speed, overtaken by In the Misty Moonlight. Then it's Runaway A-Train. After that, Exarban Summer is advancing. That's the 4, 7 lengths behind Hattie Up. After that, Arnold's Patsy, and 3.5 in last is Pearl Devine, about 13 out of it. Hattie Up still held together tightly. The leading riders working hard on In the Misty Moonlight, still plugging away, and that duo is 10 clear from Pearl Devine, beginning to close on to the inside of Runaway A-Train into the final 250, and this heavy favorite Hattie Up at 2-5 leads it by 2.5 from a pesky long shot in the shape of In the Misty Moonlight, but nobody's beating Hattie Up, who is gone. Hattie Up, the people's choice, 7-2-5 in a photo. Number 6, Hattie Up, ran first, 6-5, and a show photo. Six, 5, 3, 4. It was chalk all odds. To the Mystic Lake Winter Circle, it is Hattie Up and Rye Eccleberry. Hattie Up is owned by Lothenbach Stables and the trainer, Gilbert. The winner is a 4-year-old Bay Filly by Majestic Perfection out of 5-star Swank. Bred in Minnesota by Mr. John Mentz. Payoffs on the big screen and TV monitors. Biggest payoff, pick 3, races 4, 5, and 6. $55.50. Wiener Dog Wars continue. After the replays, the final 2 Wiener Dog heats today, paving the way for Championship Monday tomorrow. Racing. Hattie Up goes right to the lead as Rye Eccleberry says giddy up to Hattie Up, and they open up by 2.5. A lot of soul with the Hot Jock flashes speed, overtaken by In the Misty Moonlight. Then it's Runaway A-Train. After that, Exarban Summer is advancing. That's the 4, 7 lengths behind Hattie Up. After that, Arnold's Patsy, and 3.5 in last is Pearl Devine, about 13 out of it. Hattie Up still held together tightly. The leading riders working hard on In the Misty Moonlight, still plugging away, and that duo is 10 clear from Pearl Devine, beginning to close on to the inside of Runaway A-Train into the final 250, and this heavy favorite Hattie Up at 2 to 5 leads it by 2.5 from a pesky long shot in the shape of In the Misty Moonlight, but nobody's beating Hattie Up, who is gone. Hattie Up, the people's choice, 7 to 5 in a photo. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for 2 more Wiener Dog War races. In these trials, the top 2 advance to the championship tomorrow. Heat number 5 is first, and here is the lineup. In heat number 5, number 1 is Frankie. There goes Frankie. Number 2 is Colleen Wagner's Tyson. Tyson with the fan club. Aww. And number 3 is Dale and Carla Healy's Tito. Number 4 is Laura Donlan's Charlie. Number 5 is owned by Amaris and Josh, and she is Phoebe. Scratch 6. Number 7, here is Dottie. There's Dottie. Rounding out Heat 5, number 8. Here's Archie. That's the lineup for heat number 5, the penultimate. The final heat we have today is heat number 6. And don't forget, parents, after race 9, kids run on the racetrack. But first, heat number 6. And number 1 is Katie Marinello's Herbert. And number 2 is Will Martin's Daisy. Number 3, here is Stanley the Stinker. And number 4 in Heat 6, this is Rags, checking in at an all-time high 45 pounds. Holy cow. Number 5 is Nina. Hello, Nina. Number 7 is Leo Squirrel Bait. And number 8 in Heat 6, here is Lucy. That's the lineup for heat number 6. Heat 5, then heat 6. Final pick 3 on races 7, 8, and 9. Play that multiple times. And after race 9, we bring the kids on the track for a couple of races at 30 yards. Thanks to Quick Trip, one race for kids 7 years of age and younger, and the other for those 8 and older. There go the owners, back to their spots. This wiener dog war is short on numbers, but long on Dotson domination. Okay, owners are about there. Ready, go! Here come these Dotsons, and out of the gate, Frankie came like a shot. But here comes Phoebe. Behind Phoebe is Dottie, and after that is Archie. And Archie wins just in the nick of time. Archie, we'll see you tomorrow. Abby Fosand, we'll see you tomorrow with Archie. That Dotson that weighs 40 pounds ate 3 dogs. Frankie, fast. Phoebe, fast. Archie and Dottie. Here's Archie, 8-5. Archie and Phoebe, see you tomorrow. Now heat number 6 as the owners go find their spots. They're all set up nicely. There is Lucy over to Leo. Miss Perkins, Dotson is dangling a bit, but now standing strong. The Stinker has relaxed. Owners leisurely approaching the finish line. A lot of late side wagering money coming in here on Herbert, number 1. Miss Perkins, Dotson is now acting up. The owner caresses the dog. He settles down. And we are about ready for these wieners to battle. Ready, go! And in the final heat, the wieners all went pear-shaped out of the gate. But Herbert, who got all the late money, He's going Secretariat on this Wiener War. And it's Herbert, straight and strong. That Wiener came up big. Daisy, Stanley the Stinker, they decided to run. We have a vicious battle in the middle of the track between Squirrel Bait and Nina. Hey, Squirrel Bait, get off Nina. There's that 45-pound Datsun right there, Rags. Pretty fast for 45 pounds. Holy cow. Once again, Canterbury Park, please, a round of applause for these dog owners making this Sunday so much fun. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Herbert, we'll see you tomorrow. Katie Marinello, see you tomorrow. 1-2. Daisy, Will Martin, we'll see you tomorrow when we race at 1. If you're coming back to watch the dog championships, which include Corgis, Basset Hounds, and Datsuns, we start at 1, and get your tickets at CanterburyPark.com to save some money. Actually, they may be flying from the top of Canterbury here shortly. Race number 7 is 22 minutes from now. Scratch 2, fun and funny. Good luck.
We've got a few races left. The first is in 6 minutes. Race 7 will take off on the turf course at that time without Fun and Funny. You have a 9 to 5 favorite and Hold the Spice in this field of 8, which offers also doubles, exactus tries, and 10-cent supers in addition to that last pick 3 of the day. They go 1.70 miles on the turf, which again is a good turf course. $10,000 claimers lined up for race number 7, which is sponsored by the Minnesota State Lottery.
It is now post time. Into the gate they go for the 7th race, provided by the Minnesota Lottery. Eight in the gate, race 7. And they're racing. And Will to Be Lucky and Eckleberry with those orange blinkers come out fast, but so does Jimmy T. And Jimmy T's to the outside of Junior Bug as they pass us for the first time. Box Candy has a box seat right now, wonderfully placed, 3 lengths from the lead. Behind that one is Demigod to the inside of Shattered Dreams. Then it's Star Mission, and the gray in last is Hold the Spice at 8-5. Around the corner they go, and 4 and 5 settle into a big-time pace battle. It is Junior Bug to the inside of Jimmy T. Junior Bug, Jimmy T, Jimmy T, Junior Bug. They travel in perfect harmony, 7 lengths to the good of Will to Be Lucky. Box Candy still sweet, 7 out of it to the inside of Shattered Dreams. After that, Hold the Spice beginning to run on. That's the favored gray to the inside of Demigod, and Star Mission can see them all. Into the far turn they travel, and Junior Bug leads it by a whisker from Jimmy T. Will to Be Lucky hopes to get lucky from 3 out of it, beginning to range in. Shattered Dreams behind that one. After that, Box Candy 5th, sequestered, 7 lengths from the lead. Demigod is next. Hold the Spice, badly blocked. That gray is badly blocked behind Box Candy. Outside of that, Star Mission, and up top, Junior Bug at 2-1. Junior Bug kicks clear by 5. Will to Be Lucky rolls into second. Behind that one is Demigod, and then Hold the Spice from the back of the pack. Junior Bug, Will to Be Lucky is stabbing, but also racing erratically. Will to Be Lucky photo. 7 and 4 in a tight one. It's very tight. Photo finish, photo finish. Very, very tight, being analyzed by the placing judges. How many here are hoping number 7 was the winner? And how many are pulling for number 4? The answer coming soon. We have an answer. The winner is number 7. Will to Be Lucky in time. 7, 4, 3, 6. Will to Be Lucky first, then Junior Bug, Hold the Spice, Demigod. After that, Louie's Lover, Rosie Times, and Happy Legionnaire. It's official. $12.90 for the exacta. The 50-cent trifecta paid $11.75. Pick 3, 43 and change. 10-cent superfecta, $11.49. 6-7 double from race 6, $5 and change. The 8th is our penultimate. Number 2, Roman Pharaoh, should be listed as a gelding, and scratch number 3, Days of Glory. Once again in the 8th race, number 2, Roman Pharaoh, is a gelding. Mark Anderson checked. Yeah. Into the Mystic Lake Winner Circle, it is Will to Be Lucky. The winning rider, Rye Eccleberry, and the winning trainer, his father, Kevin Eccleberry. Will to Be Lucky is owned by Mike Henderson's Reunion Racing Stables. Will to Be Lucky, Gilles Jobert. Race 7, and they're racing. And Will to Be Lucky and Eccleberry with those orange blinkers come out fast, but so does Jimmy T. And Jimmy T's to the outside of Junior Bug as they pass us for the first time. Box Candy has a box seat right now, wonderfully placed, 3 lengths from the lead. Behind that one is Demigod to the inside of Shattered Dreams. Then it's Star Mission, and the gray in last is Hold the Spice at 8-5. Around the corner they go, and 4 and 5 settle into a big-time pace battle. It is Junior Bug to the inside of Jimmy T. Junior Bug, Jimmy T, Jimmy T, Junior Bug. They travel in perfect harmony. 7 lengths to the good of Will to Be Lucky. Box Candy still sweet, 7 out of it to the inside of Shattered Dreams. After that, Hold the Spice beginning to run on. That's the favored gray. To the inside of Demigod, and Star Mission can see them all. Into the far turn they travel, and Junior Bug leads it by a whisker from Jimmy T. Will to Be Lucky hopes to get lucky from 3 out of it, beginning to range in. Shattered Dreams behind that one. After that, Box Candy 5th, sequestered, 7 lengths from the lead. Demigod is next. Hold the Spice badly blocked. That gray is badly blocked behind Box Candy. Outside of that, Star Mission, and up top, Junior Bug at 2-1. Junior Bug kicks clear by 5. Will to Be Lucky rolls into second. Behind that one is Demigod, and then Hold the Spice from the back of the pack. Junior Bug, Will to Be Lucky is stabbing, but also racing erratically. Will to Be Lucky photo. 7 and 4 in a tight one.
Well, to be lucky in a very impressive effort, nailing that one on the line. And that's another one for Rye Eccleberry today. We move on to race number 8. 1 mile is the distance for race 8. We scratched the 3 Days of Glory, but Days of Glory's stablemate remains in the field, and that is your current favorite, Brad's Time. We'll start with Tappage on the inside. Tappage from the Richard barn comes off a 7th place finish, but his last 2 races have been on the turf. This one has a little bit better of a wet track record than he does on dry dirt, but Tappage has run well on this main surface in the past. Nearly got up about 4 starts back on May 19th. He was the beaten favorite that day, hasn't duplicated the performance since then, and that would account for the 7-1 price. Roman Farrow is a gelding. Please note in your programs, much to his chagrin, I'm sure, he is a gelding. Roman Farrow should be at pace presence in this group, and there are quite a few of them. Roman Farrow made his first start around 2 turns last time around, and it was a victorious one in resounding fashion, but he was claimed that day. There's a lot of changes in play, including the ultimate equipment change for Roman Farrow. He's going to need to step up his game, but when he's feeling as well as he is and running as well as he is over the surface, no better time to take a class test for this one, and you still get 6-1. 3-1 is the price on Northern Playboy, who looks to add to his win tab over this main track. He's 3 for 5 thus far, and this one's kind of an all or nothing prospect. Either he's very impressive or he doesn't show up. This horse didn't do that twice on the turf, but last time drew off very impressively on a sloppy track. So they too will take a little bit of a step up in class and see if Northern Playboy can duplicate that performance against a classy little bunch here. 3-1 the price on Northern Playboy. Brad's Time is going to make that first start around 2 turns. He probably will be your favorite once they get to the gate. He currently is at 2-1, and why not? 2 for 3 with a 2nd place finish, and speed, and Lindy Wade, and Robertino Diodoro. There's a lot of things that people are betting on. All of that culminates in your favorite's price. They don't need to explain too much more about him. The horse just who is outside is going to also try something new. That's a common theme in here. These are lightly raced ones, and Make Me Blush is going to make his first start around 2 turns on the main track. It kind of looks like a tough ride. We'll see how Alonso Quinones gets along with him. He needs lots of urging, but this one did very well in his first 2 starts to get up sprinting, both at Turf Paradise and up here. I'm trying some different things with him, and Make Me Blush is going to try something new again. But the outside post that he drew should enable him to have a good stalking sort of trip. That seems to have been his preferred style up to this point. You get 5-1 on Make Me Blush. A Rose for Raven comes off his maiden win 2 back, and an allowance win both on the grass. A Rose for Raven is going to get back to the main track where we last saw him running 2nd in the middle of July. That was a pace-pressing sort of effort. Expect the same sort of thing out of him today. You'll probably get a much more fair price on him than Brad's Time when all is said and done. Right now you get 3-1, and A Rose for Raven has not really run a bad race in his career, so expect another good one from the outside runner in here. That's the way that I'll lean in here, 7, 5, and 6. They head out to the track to start off the late double, and they'll do so in 9 minutes.
The great Sir Leonard Dykert, and the call to the post brings them onto the track for the 8th. It's our penultimate, scratch number 3, Days of Glory. This one begins Dr. Dan's late double. It's only $1.
Hey, Canterbury, take a look down here by the winner's circle and make some noise. It is time for the Atomic Data t-shirt launch. We've got a lot of apparel down here with your name on it. Make a little noise and it'll come your way.
And 2 back. A rose for Raven. Next in. Good luck. Brad's time tossed leading man. And they're racing. Brad's time on the stretch out with speed at even money. And there goes Brad's time, running away by 2.5 from a rose for Raven at 6-1. And the rose looks to win 3 in a row. Roman Farrow in search of 2 consecutive wins. He's about 2 lengths from the lead as Brad's time coyly slows down around the turn. And the pace is very fair. After that, Make Me Blush moving up to 3rd. That's the 6, 3 wide. Behind that, Northern Playboy and Eckleberry. Northern Playboy in search of 2 wins in a row, and Tappage is last, but only 6 lengths from the lead. And Lindy Wade and Brad's time handling this lead with a plum, just dawdling along with a half mile to go. A rose for Raven clings to that one. Right behind them, Roman Farrow begging for the light of day. Make Me Blush right there with him. Northern Playboy is wide, and Tappage is being guided to the outside as the pace picks up off the far turn. A rose for Raven and HOF challenging Brad's time on the stretch out. A rose for Raven, Brad's time shaking up hard. Make Me Blush in the queue, making a nice move 3 wide. After that, Roman Farrow, then it's Tappage. Northern Playboy has tailed off as the others head for home. And Brad's time could not handle the heat, dropped right out of it. Now taking the lead is Make Me Blush, battling on a rose for Raven. Outside of that, Tappage is finishing quickly at 3.5-1. It is Make Me Blush. Tappage rolling into 2nd, then a rose for Raven. Here comes Tappage and photo. Oh, that's tight between 1 and 6. We have an answer. The result of the photo shows the winner is number 1. Tappage got the money. 1-6-7-2 in race 8. Eighth race official. The exacta $24.60. Trifecta $56.65. 10-cent superfecta 1-6-7-2. $84 for a dime. Superfectas have been paying big all day. The 9th race is our final live race. No scratches. Into the winner's circle, it's Tappage and Luis Negron. The winning owner, Jason Totarum. And the winning trainer, Chris Richard. Tappage. And they're racing. Brad's time on the stretch out with speed at even money. And there goes Brad's time, running away by 2.5 from a Rose for Raven at 6-1. And the Rose looks to win 3 in a row. Roman Farrow in search of 2 consecutive wins. He's about 2 lengths from the lead as Brad's time coyly slows down around the turn. And the pace is very fair. After that, Make Me Blush moving up to 3rd. That's the 6, 3 wide. Behind that, Northern Playboy and Eckleberry. Northern Playboy in search of 2 wins in a row. And Tappage is last, but only 6 lengths from the lead. And Lindy Wade and Brad's time handling this lead with the plum, just dawdling along with a half-mile to go. A Rose for Raven clings to that one. Right behind them, Roman Farrow begging for the light of day. Make Me Blush right there with him. Northern Playboy is wide, and Tappage is being guided to the outside as the pace picks up off the far turn. A Rose for Raven and HOF challenging Brad's time on the stretch out. A Rose for Raven, Brad's time shaking up hard. Make Me Blush in the queue, making a nice move 3 wide. After that, Roman Farrow, then it's Tappage. Northern Playboy has tailed off as the others head for home. And Brad's time could not handle the heat, dropped right out of it. Now taking the lead is Make Me Blush, battling on a Rose for Raven. Outside of that, Tappage is finishing quickly at 3.5-1. It is Make Me Blush. Tappage rolling into 2nd, then a Rose for Raven. Here comes Tappage and photo. Oh, that's tight between 1 and 6.
We've reached our final race on our Sunday card, and the ninth is now 10 minutes away. The 3 Karolinka went out early to the track. Well, she was a little bit warm. It's a hot day out, but she has left early with the pony if you see her in the paddock. We start with the 1, Just Plain Pretty. She's one of 2 from the Mac Robertson camp. This Minnesota bred has tried this 5 furlong turf trip a couple of times, and she gives herself a lot to do. She has good late closing kick. Vega will give her a try today. She stays with open company, and last time she was a pretty even 5th behind a couple of others that are in here, including her stablemate For the Love of Lydia, who is going to probably be your favorite by the time they reach the gate. Half Scout makes a cutback in distance. Last time she tried 7.5 on the turf. Maybe 5 today will suit her a little bit better. She showed speed in that one, and she also showed speed in a prior dirt sprint. That was on August 5th. This will be her 3rd start in a while. She should be much more fit for this first try at 5 furlongs on the grass. And she did have some speedy works prior to that. She is taking play on the board, too. You're getting 6-1 right now off a 15-1 morning line. The aforementioned Karolinka ran kind of even. She was very, very wide in that last trip that Latub won. And Karolinka, maybe with saving a little bit of ground, could have a little bit more in the tank as they get down to the finish. I took her on top. I'm going to keep trying Karolinka because she is bred to like this sort of thing, and she ran so well in her career debut for Jamie Thomas out at Golden Gate. For the Love of Lydia is the one they have to run down, the one that they have to beat. And there she is on the screen. 5-2 is the current price on For the Love of Lydia. That will probably come down as they get closer and closer to post time. For the Love of Lydia has an awful lot of speed. She just hasn't been able to carry it quite the 5 furlong distance she's been asked to yet. Maybe today is the day. She could outrun these the entire way, but Awesome Galaxy might have something to say about that. She probably ran just against a little bit too tough a company when she went out to Southern California. Santa Anita and Del Mar 5 furlong sprints are a lot different than the first one that she tried at Lone Star. This should be along those relative lines. She led that race most of the way, and Awesome Galaxy has been working excellent leading up to this. You see a lot of very quick works, including 3 5 furlongs in a row, 2 of them sub 1 minute. Awesome Galaxy is obviously liking what she found up here in Minnesota. If she's as happy as she's been in the mornings and as fast as she's been in the mornings, she should give For the Love of Lydia all she can handle on the front end. Lady Churchill from the Shearer Barn ran a much improved 3rd last time when she moved over to the grass. She will take on the same sort of company today. You won't get 20-1, but you still get 6-1 on the late running Lady Churchill. On the outside, Golden Eyed Queen probably will be a pace factor as well. A little better break would definitely help Golden Eyed Queen to show what she's really got, what she did in her first starts up here of the year. She has pretty good speed too, and you get a square 5-1 on the Lund Runner on the outside. The 9th race is now just 8 minutes away. You have 5-2 co-favorites in Karolinka and For the Love of Lydia. You have Win, Place, Show, Exactus Tries, and Supers from which to pick. You have 8 minutes to bet them, and then the kids will run the track. Definitely stick around until the end of the card if you want to see the kids take a couple of turns on the racetrack. Good luck in the 9th.
Sir Leonard Dykert, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for Canterbury bugler, Sir Leonard Dykert. Six minutes. 9th for the Love of Lydia favored. Golden Eyed Queen, last in line. Maidens for a nice purse of 30.
Way back, way back. Still pushing, guys. At the end of the tailgate. Still out. Still pushing. Still pushing. Still out.
Valerie's horses in. 9th race, here they are. And they're racing. Terrible beginning for Karolinka. Missed it by a good 5. Awesome Galaxy with awesome speed. Likewise for the Love of Lydia. And Golden Eyed Queen is very fast on the outside. Lady Churchill close to that pace. Racing in the clear. 3 lengths from the lead. And about 5 clear from Half Scout. After that, Karolinka. And Just Plain Pretty is 10 lengths rearmost. And they go off the far turn. And there goes Awesome Galaxy. Awesome Galaxy at 3-1 with a swift turn of speed. Just put 2.5 on Golden Eyed Queen. For the Love of Lydia from off the pace today, swings wide. Then we come back to Lady Churchill. Karolinka's running on very nicely despite the bad start. They come to the final furlong. Up goes for the Love of Lydia. Karolinka is that 3. Surging on the outside despite the bad start. Inside is Half Scout. For the Love of Lydia, Karolinka so much best. Holy cow. Karolinka, well done, young lady. Number 3, Karolinka, first, 3-4-1-7. Parents, kids run on the racetrack about 10 minutes from now. First race for kids 7 years of age and younger. The second for those 8 and older, courtesy of Quick Trip. 30-yard dashes on the dirt track. Once we clear the winner's circle, get the main track set up, kids run on the track about 10 minutes from now. And Sunday is official. Final double, 23-20. Final pick 3, $65.45. Second pick 4, $94.60. In the pick 5 today, 5 of 5, 1,125. Well done. 4 of 6 in the pick six, $25 and change. Final exacta, skinny. Trifecta, 26.55. Hot Rider, all odds. Three wins today for jockey Rye Eccleberry and 5 this week. Karolinka heads to the winner's enclosure. The winning trainer, Ty Garrett. And the winning owners, Steinmetz Equine Holdings and Jason Hall. Karolinka. Kids race on the track shortly. Before you leave, touchscreen blackjack in the card casino if interested. Play up to 3 hands, $1 minimum bet, and there's a live dealer. We race tomorrow, 1 o'clock. Labor Day racing at 1. Wednesday, Minnesota Festival of Champions Day. Most significant day of racing we have all spring summer. Wednesday, 4 o'clock is when we begin Wednesday. 4 o'clock. The line in the proverbial sand is being drawn, and we are about set to let these kids fly on a Sunday night. Jolique Jobert. Racing. Terrible beginning for Karolinka. Missed it by a good 5. Awesome Galaxy with awesome speed. Likewise for the Love of Lydia. And Golden Eyed Queen is very fast on the outside. Lady Churchill close to that pace. Racing in the clear. 3 lengths from the lead. And about 5 clear from Half Scout. After that, Karolinka. And Just Plain Pretty is 10 lengths rearmost. And they go off the far turn. And there goes Awesome Galaxy. Awesome Galaxy at 3-1 with a swift turn of speed. Just put 2.5 on Golden Eyed Queen. For the Love of Lydia from off the pace today, swings wide. Then we come back to Lady Churchill. Karolinka's running on very nicely despite the bad start. They come to the final furlong. Up goes For the Love of Lydia. Karolinka is that 3, surging on the outside despite the bad start. Inside is Half Scout. For the Love of Lydia, Karolinka so much best. Holy cow. Karolinka, well done, young lady. Parents are welcome on the track. Take pictures, video. Last chance to get these children out there. Once again, kids 7 years of age and younger for the first heat. About ready to shut that gate. Okay, kids. Better hustle. Ready, go! Here come the little boys and girls just steaming down the Canterbury Park track. And this kid in the red shorts is fast. Ooh, he almost slipped, turn around. He's got to run down the girl with the blonde hair. And little sweetie has won. Might have cheated, but nevertheless she won. It's an Eccleberry. 4 wins today for the Eccleberries. Well, the Eccleberry girl has the cut the corner gene. Well done, young lady. Big boys, big girls, 8 years of age and older. You run down to the finish line. Dylan in the blue shirt is your mark. And then you turn around and you head back. Head all the way to the inside. There's more room. The kid in the red shirt might be 15. Okay. Ready? Go. Holy cow. Look at these kids just fly. Johnny Lee Mickelson. What a stride.